Rolf in the Woods, Part 2 by Ernest Thompson Seton. Chapter 54, Albany. Only a man who in his youth has come at last in sight of some great city he had dreamed of all his life and longed to see can enter into Rolf's feelings as they swept around the Big Bend and Albany hove in view. Albany, the first chartered city of the United States. Albany, the capital of all the Empire State. Albany, the thriving metropolis with nearly 6,000 living human souls. Albany with its State House, beautiful and dignified, looking down the mighty Hudson Highway that led to the open sea. Rolf knew his Bible, and now he somewhat realized the feelings of St. Paul on that historic day when his lifelong dream came true. When first he neared the eternal city, when at last he glimpsed the towers of imperial splendid Rome. The long-strung docks were massed and webbed with ship-rigging. The water was livened with boats and canoes. The wooden warehouses back of the docks were overtopped by wooden houses in tiers, until high above them all the Capitol itself was the fitting climax. Rolf knew something of shipping, and amid all the massed boats his eyes fell on a strange, square-looking craft with a huge water wheel on each side. Then, swinging into better view, he read her name, the Clermont, and knew that this was the famous Fulton steamer, the first of the steamboat age. But Bill was swamped by no such emotion. Albany, Hudson, Clermont, and all were familiar stories to him, and he stolidly headed the canoe for the dock he knew of old. Loafers roosting on the snubbing posts hailed him, at first with raillery, but, coming nearer, he was recognized. "Hello, Bill. Back again? Glad to see you," and there was superabundant help to land the canoe. "Wall, wall, wall, so it's really you," said the tutor of a fur house, and extremely friendly voice. "Come in now, and we'll have a drink." "No, sirree," said Bill decisively. "I don't drink till business is done." "Wall, now, Bill, here's Ban Roos, not 10 steps away, and has hap the finest barrel in years." "No, I tell ya, I'm not drinking now." "Wall, all right, you know your own business. I thought maybe you'd be glad to see us." "Well, ain't I? Hello, Bill," and Bill's fat brother-in-law came up. "Thus does me good, and your sister is spilin' to see ye. We'll have one on this." "No, Sam, I ain't drinkin'. I'd got biz to tend." "Wall, hev, just one to clear your head, then settle your business and come back to us." So Bill went to have one to clear his head. "I'll be back in 2 minutes, Rolf." But Rolf saw him no more for many days. "You better come along, cub," called out a red-nosed member of the group. But Rolf shook his head. "Here, I'll help you get them ashore," volunteered an effusive stranger with one eye. "I don't want help. How are you going to handle 'em alone?" "Well, there's one thing I'd be glad to have you do. That is, go up there and bring Peter Van Dam." "I'll watch your stuff while you go." "No, I can't leave." "Then go to blazes. That take me for your errand boy." And Rolf was left alone. He was green at the business, but already he was realizing the power of that word fur and the importance of the peltry trade. Fur was the one valued product of the wilderness that only the hunter could bring. The merchants of the world were as greedy for fur as for gold, and far more so than for precious stones. It was a commodity so light that, even in those days, a hundredweight of fur might range in value from $100 to $5,000, so that a man with a pack of fine furs was a capitalist. The profits of the business were good for trapper, very large for the trader, who doubled his first gain by paying in trade. But they were huge for the Albany middleman and colossal for the New Yorker who shipped to London. With such allurements, it was small wonder that more country was explored and opened for fur than for settlement or even for gold. And there were more serious crimes and high-handed robberies over the right to trade a few furs than over any other legitimate business. These things were new to Rolf within the year, but he was learning the lesson, and Warren's remarks about fur stuck in his memory with growing value. Every incident since the trip began had given them new points. The morning passed without sign of Bill, so, when in the afternoon some bare-legged boys came along, Rolf said to them, "Do any of you know where Peter Vandam's house is?" "Yay, that's it right there," and they pointed to a large log house less than a 100 yards away. "Do ye know him?" "Yea, he's my paw," said a sun-bleached freckle-face. "If you bring him here right away, I'll give you a dime. Tell him I'm from Warren's with a cargo." The dusty stampede that followed was like that of a Mustang herd, for a dime was a dime in those days. And very soon a tall, ruddy man appeared at the dock. He was a Dutchman in name only. At first sight he was much like the other loafers, but was bigger and had a more businesslike air when observed near at hand. "Are you from Warren's?" "Yes, sir." "Alone?" "No, sir. I came with Bill Bymus, but he went off early this morning. I haven't seen him since. I'm afraid he's in trouble." "Where'd he go?" "In there with some friends." "Ha, just like him. He's in trouble all right. He'll be no good for a week. Last time he came near losing all our stuff. Now let's see what you've got. Are you Mr. Peter Vandam?" "Of course I am." Still, Rolf looked doubtful. There was a small group around, and Rolf heard several voices. "Yes, this is Peter. You needn't to worry." But Rolf knew none of the speakers. His look of puzzlement at first annoyed, then tickled the Dutchman, who exploded into a hearty guffaw. Wall, you sure think ill of us. Here, now look at that," and he drew out a bundle of letters addressed to Master Peter Vandam. Then he displayed a gold watch inscribed on the back, "Peter Vandam." Next he showed a fob seal with a scroll and an inscription, "Petrus Vandamus." Then he turned to a youngster and said, "Run, there is the Reverend Dr. Pallas. He may help us." So the black-garbed, knee-breeched, shovel-hatted clergyman came and pompously said, "Yes, my young friend, without doubt you may rest assured that this is our very estimable parishioner, Master Peter Vandam, a man well and bold." "And now," said Peter, "with the help of my birth register and marriage certificate, which will be placed at your service with all possible haste, I hope I may win your recognition." The situation at first tense had become more and more funny, and the bystanders laughed aloud. Rolf rose to it, and smiling said slowly, "I am inclined to think that you must be Master Peter Vandam of Albany. If that's so, this letter is for you, also this cargo." And so the delivery was made. Bill Bymus has not delivered the other letter to this day. Presumably he went to stay with his sister, but she saw little of him, for his stay at Albany was, as usual, one long spree. It was clear that, but for Rolf, there might have been serious loss of fur, and Vandam showed his appreciation by taking the lad to his own home, where the story of the difficult identification furnished ground for gusty laughter and primitive jest on many an after day. The return cargo for Warren consisted of stores that the Vandam warehouse had in stock and some stuff that took a day or more to collect in town. As Rolf was sorting and packing next day, A tall, thin, well-dressed young man walked in with the air of one much at home. "Good morrow, Peter." "Good day to ye, sir." And they talked of crops and politics. Presently Vandam said, "Rolf, come over here." He came and was presented to the tall man, who was indeed very thin and looked little better than an invalid. "This," said Peter, "is Master Henry Van Cortlandt, the son of his honor, the governor, and a very learned barrister. He wants to go on a long hunting trip for his health. I tell him that likely you are the man he needs." This was so unexpected that Rolf turned red and gazed on the ground. Van Cortlandt at once began to clear things by interjecting, "You see, I'm not strong. I want to live outdoors for 3 months where I can have some hunting and be beyond reach of business. I'll pay you $100 for the 3 months to cover board and guidance. And providing I'm well pleased and have good hunting, I'll give you $50 more when I get back to Albany." "I'd like much to be your guide," said Rolf, "but I have a partner. I must find out if he's willing." "You don't mean that drunken Bill Bymus?" "No, my hunting partner. He's an Indian." Then, after a pause, he added, "You wouldn't go in fly time, would you?" "No, I want to be in peace, but any time after the 1st of August." "I am bound to help Van Trumper with his harvest. That will take most of August." As he talked, the young lawyer sized him up and said to himself, "This is my man." And before they parted it was agreed that Rolf should come to Albany with Quonap as soon as he could return in August to form the camping party for the governor's son. Chapter 55. The Rescue of Bill. Bales were ready and the canoe newly gummed 3 days after their arrival, but still no sign of Bill. A messenger sent to the brother-in-law's home reported that he had not been seen for 2 days. In spite of the fact that Albany numbered nearly 6,000 living human souls, a brief search by the Doxharps soon revealed the sinner's retreat. His worst enemy would have pitied him, a red-eyed wreck, a starved, sickened, trembling weakling, conscience-stricken, for the letter entrusted to him was lost, the cargo stolen, so his comforters had said, and the raw country lad murdered and thrown out into the river. What wonder that he should shun the light of day? And when Big Peter with Rolf in the living flesh, instead of the sheriff, stood before him and told him to come out of that and get into the canoe, he wept bitter tears of repentance and vowed that never, 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 as long as he lived, would he ever again let liquor touch his lips. A frame of mind which lasted in strength for nearly 1 day and a half and did not entirely varnish for 3. They passed Troy without desiring to stop and began their fight with the river. It was harder than when coming, for their course was against stream when paddling, uphill when portaging. The water was lower, the cargo was heavier, and Bill not so able. 10 days it took them to cover those 80 miles. But they came out safely, cargo and all, and landed at Warren's alive and well on the 21st day since leaving. Bill had recovered his usual form. Gravely and with pride he marched up to Warren and handed out a large letter which read outside, "Bill of lading," and when opened, read, "The bearer of this, Bill Bymus, is no good. Don't trust him to Albany any more. Signed, Peter Vandam." Warren's eyes twinkled, but he said nothing. He took Rolf aside and said, "Let's have it." Rolf gave him the real letter that, unknown to Bill, he had carried, and Warren learned some things that he knew before. Rolf's contract was for a month. It had 10 days to run, and those 10 days were put in weighing sugar, checking accounts, milking cows, and watching the buying of fur. Warren didn't want him to see too much of the fur business, but Rolf gathered quickly that these were the main principles. Fill the cellar with liquor if possible. firewater for fur was the idea. Next, grade all fur as medium or second class when cash was demanded, but be easy as long as payment was to be in trade. That afforded many loopholes between weighing, grading, charging, and shrinkage, and finally he noticed that Albany prices were 30 to 50% higher than Warren prices. Yet Warren was reckoned a first-class fellow, a good neighbor, and a member of the church. But it was understood everywhere that fur, like horseflesh, was a business with moral standards of its own. A few days before their contract was up, Warren said, "How'd you like to renew for a month?" "Can't. I promised to help Van Trumper with his harvest." "What does he pay ye?" 75 cents a day and board. I'll make it $1. "I've given my word," said Rolf in surprise. "Hey, ye signed papers? They're not needed." "The only use of signed papers is to show ye have given your word," said Rolf, quoting his mother, with rising indignation. The trader sniffed a little contemptuously and said nothing. But he realized the value of a lad who was a steady, intelligent worker, wouldn't drink, and was absolutely bound by a promise. So, after a while, he said, "Wall, if Van don't want." "Ye now come back for a couple of weeks." Early in the morning, Rolf gathered the trifles he had secured for the little children and the book he had bought for Annette. A sweet story of a perfect girl who died and went to heaven, the front embellished with a thrilling woodcut. Then he crossed the familiar 5-mile portage at a pace that in an hour brought him to the lake. The greeting at Van's was that of a brother come home. "Vel, Rolf, it's good to see ye back. It's choost that I vented." "Hi, Marta, I told it you, ja." "I say, now I hope ze good guts in Rolf. Ach, how I am spoil." Yes, indeed, the hay was ready. The barley was changing. So Rolf took up his life on the farm, doing work that a year before was beyond his strength, for the spirit of the hills was on him, with its impulse of growth, its joy in effort, its glory in strength. And all who saw the long-legged, long-armed, flat-backed youth plying fork or axe or hoe, in some sort ventured to guess, he'll be a good un some day, the kind of chap to keep friendly with. Chapter 56. The Sick Ox. The thunder moon passed quickly by. The hay was in, the barley partly so. Day by day the white-faced oxen toiled at the creaking yoke, as the loads of hay and grain were jounced cumbrously over roots and stumps of the virgin fields. Everything was promising well, when, as usual, there came a thunderbolt out of the clear sky. Buck, the off-ox, fell sick. Those who know little about cattle have written much of the meek and patient ox. Those who know them well tell us that the ox is the most cussest of all cussest animals. A sneak, a bully, a coward, a thief, a shirk, a schemer, and when he is not in mischief he is thinking about it. The wickedest pack mule that ever bucked his burden is a pin-feathered turkey-dove. Compared with an average ox, there are some gentle oxen, but they are rare. Most are treacherous, some are dangerous, and these are best got rid of, as they mislead their yokemates and mislay their drivers. Van's 2 oxen, Buck and Bright, manifested the usual variety and contrariety of disposition. They were all right when well handled. And this Rolf could do better than Van, for he was raised on oxen, and Van's over-voluble, sputtering Dutch English seemed ill comprehended of the massive yoke beasts. The simpler whip-waving and fewer orders of the Yankee were so obviously successful that Van had resigned the whip of authority and Rolf was driver. Ordinarily, an ox driver walks on the hew nigh or left side near the head of his team, shouting, "G right, haul left, get up, steady," or "Whoa, stop," accompanying the order with a waving of the whip. Foolish drivers lash the oxen on the haw side when they wish them to gee and vice versa. But it is notorious that all good drivers do little lashing. Spare the lash or spoil your team. So it was not long before Rolf could guide them from the top of the load as they traveled from shuk to shuk in the field. This voice of command saved his life, or at least his limb, one morning, for he made a misstep that tumbled him down between the oxen and the wagon. At once the team started, but his ringing "whoa" brought them to a dead stop and saved him, whereas, had it been Van's "whoa," it would have set them off at a run, for every shout from him meant a whip-lick to follow. Thus Rolf won the respect, if not the love, of the huge beasts. More and more they were his charge, and when, on that sad morning, in the last of the barley, Van came in, "Ack, vot shall I do? Vot shall I do? Dat buck ox be nigh dead." Alas! There he lay on the ground, his head sometimes raised, sometimes stretched out flat, while the huge creature uttered short moans at times. Only 4 years before, Rolf had seen that same thing at Reading. The rolling eye, the working of the belly muscles, the straining and moaning. "It's colic. Have you any ginger?" "No, I had only that soft soap." What soft soap had to do with ginger was not clear, and Rolf wondered if it had some rare occult medical power that had escaped his mother. "Do you know where there's any slippery elm?" "Yeah." "Then bring a big boiling of the bark while I get some peppermint." The elm bark was boiled till it made a kettleful of brown slime. The peppermint was dried above the stove till it could be powdered and mixed with the slippery slush. Some sulfur and some soda were discovered and stirred in, on general principles, and they hastened to the huge, helpless creature in the field. Poor Buck seemed worse than ever. He was flat on his side, with his spine humped up, moaning and straining at intervals. But now relief was in sight, so thought the men. With a tin dipper they tried to pour some relief into the open mouth of the sufferer, who had so little appreciation that he simply taxed his remaining strength to blow it out in their faces. Several attempts ended the same way. Then the brute, and what looked like temper, swung his muzzle and dashed the whole dipper away. Next they tried the usual method, mixing it with the bran mash, considered a delicacy in the bovine world, but Buck again took notice, under pressure only, to dash it away and waste it all. It occurred to them they might force it down his throat if they could raise his head. So they used a hand lever and a prop to elevate the muzzle, and were about to try another in-pour, when Buck leaped to his feet, and behaving like one who has been shamming, made at full gallop for the stable, nor stopped till safely in his stall, where at once he dropped in all the evident agony of a new spasm. It is a common thing for oxen to sham sick, but this was the real thing, and it seemed they were going to lose the ox, which meant also lose a large part of the harvest. In the stable now, they had a better chance. They tied him, then raised his head with a lever till his snout was high above his shoulders. Now it seemed easy to pour the medicine down that long sloping passage, but his mouth was tightly closed. Any that entered his nostrils was blown afar, and the suffering beast strained at the rope till he seemed likely to strangle. Both men and ox were worn out with the struggle. The brute was no better, but rather worse. "Wall," said Rolf, "I've seen a good many ornery steers, but that's the orneriest I ever did handle, and I reckon we'll lose him if he don't get that poison into him pretty soon." Oxen never were studied as much as horses, for they were considered a temporary shift, and every farmer looked forward to replacing them with the latter. Oxen were enormously strong, and they could flourish without grain when the grass was good. They never lost their head in a swamp hole and plowed steadily among all kinds of roots and stumps. But they were exasperatingly slow and eternally tricky. Bright, being the trickier of the two, was made the nigh ox to be more under control. Ordinarily, Rolf could manage Buck easily, but the present situation seemed hopeless. In his memory he harked back to Reading days, and he recalled old Eli Gooch, the ox expert, and wondered what he would have done. Then, as he sat, he caught sight of the sick ox reaching out its head and deftly licking up a few drops of bran mash that had fallen from his yoke-fellow's portion. A smile spread over Rolf's face. "Just like you think nothing's good except it's stolen. All right, we'll see." He mixed a big dose of medicine with bran as before. Then he tied Bright's head so that he could not reach the ground, and set the bucket of mash halfway between the two. "Oxen, here you are, Bright," he said as a matter of form, and walked out of the stable. But from a crack he watched. Buck saw a chance to steal Bright's bran. He looked around. Oh, joy! His driver was away. He reached out cautiously, sniffed, his long tongue shot forth for a first taste when Rolf gave a shout and ran in. "Hi, you old robber! Let that alone. That's for Bright." The sick ox was very much in his own stall now, and stayed there for some time after Rolf went to resume his place at the peephole. But encouraged by a few minutes of silence, he again reached out and hastily gulped down a mouthful of the mixture before Rolf shouted and rushed in armed with a switch to punish the thief. Poor Bright, by his efforts to reach the tempting mash, was unwittingly playing the game, for this was proof positive of its desirableness. After giving Buck a few cuts with the switch, Rolf retired as before. Again the sick ox waited for silence, and reaching out with greedy haste, he gulped down. The rest and emptied the bucket, seeing which, Rolf ran in and gave the rogue a final trouncing for the sake of consistency. Anyone who knows what slippery elm, peppermint, soda, sulfur, colic, and ox do when thoroughly interincorporated will not be surprised to learn that in the morning the stable needed special treatment, and of all the mixture the ox was the only ingredient left on the active list. He was all right again, very thirsty, and not quite up to his usual standard, but, as Van said after a careful look, "Ah, tell you vote dot you vas of Vale ox again, and I tink I know not, vote if you all tricky vas like Bright." Chapter 57. Rolf and Skookum in Albany. The red moon, August, follows the thunder moon, and in the early part of its second week, Rolf and Van, hauling in the barley and discussing the fitness of the oats, were startled by a most outrageous clatter among the hens. Horrid murder evidently was stalking abroad, and, hastening to the rescue, Rolf heard loud, angry barks. Then a savage beast with a defunct cackle party appeared, but dropped the victim to bark and bound upon the relief party with ecstatic expressions of joy, in spite of Rolf's "Skookum, you little brute." Yes, Quonah was back. That is, he was at the lake shore, and Skookum had made haste to plunge into the joys and gaieties of this social center without awaiting the formalities of greeting or even of dry shod landing. The next scene was a big high post, a long strong chain, and a small sad dog. "Ho, Quanub, you found your people? You had a good time?" "Ugh," was the answer, the whole of it and all the light Rolf got from many a day on the old man's trip to the north. The prospect of going to Albany for Van Cortlandt was much more attractive to Quoineb than that of the harvest field, so a compromise was agreed on. Callan's barley was in the stock. If all three helped Callan for 3 days, Callan would owe them for 9, and so it was arranged. Again goodbye, and Rolf, Quoineb, and little dog Skookum went sailing down the Shroon toward the junction, where they left a cache of their supplies, and down the broadening Hudson toward Albany. Rolf had been over the road twice. Quoineb never before, yet his nose for water was so good, and the sense of rapid portage was so strong in the red man, that many times he was the pilot. This is the way, because it must be. There it is deep, because so narrow. That rapid is dangerous, because there is such a well-beaten portage trail. That we can run, because I see it, or because there is no. Portage Trail, etc. The 80 miles were covered in 3 sleeps, and in the mid-moon days of the red moon they landed at the dock in front of Peter Vandam's. If Quoineb had any especial emotions for the occasion, he cloaked them perfectly under a calm and copper-colored exterior of absolute immobility. Their Albany experiences included a meeting with the governor and an encounter with a broad and burly river pirate who, seeing a lone and peaceable-looking red man, went out of his way to insult him. And when Quoineb's knife flashed out at last, it was only his recently established relations with the governor's son that saved him from some very sad results, for there were many loafers about. But burly Vandam appeared in the nick of time to halt the small mob with the warning, "Don't you know that's Mr. Van Cortlandt's guide?" With the governor and Vandam to back him, Quoineb soon had the mob on his side, and the dock loafer's own friends pelted him with mud as he escaped. But not a little credit is due to Skookum, for at the critical moment he had sprung on the ruffian's bare and abundant leg with such toothsome effect that the owner fell promptly backward and the knife thrust missed. It was quickly over, and Quoineb replaced his knife, contemptuous of the whole crowd before, during, and after the incident. Not at the time, but days later, he said of his foe, "He was a talker, he was full of fear." With the backwoods only 30 miles away, and the unbroken wilderness 100, it was hard to believe how little Henry Van Cortlandt knew of the woods and its life. He belonged to the ultra-fashionable set, and it was rather their pose to affect ignorance of the savage world and its ways. But he had plenty of common sense to fan back on, and the inspiring example of Washington, equally at home in the nation's parliament, the army entrenchment, the glittering ballroom, or the hunting lodge of the Indian, was a constant reminder that the perfect man is a harmonious development of mind, morals, and physique. His training had been somewhat warped by the ultra-classic fashion of the times, so he persisted in seeing in Quoineb a sort of discolored, barbaric clansman of Alaric or a camp follower of Xenophon's host, rather than an actual living, interesting Native American, exemplifying in the highest degree the sinewy, alert woodman and the saturated mystic and pantheist of an age bygone and out of date, combined with a middle-measure intelligence. And Rolf, tall, blue-eyed with brown, curling hair, was made to pose as the youthful Achilles, rather than as a type of America's best young manhood, cleaner, saner, and of far higher ideals and traditions than ever were ascribed to Achilles by his most blinded worshippers. It recalled the case of Wordsworth and Southey, living side by side in England. Southey, the famous, must needs seek in ancient India for material to write his 12-volume romance that no one ever looks at. Wordsworth, the unknown, wrote of the things of his own time, about his own door, and produced immortal verse. What should we think of Homer had he sung his impressions of the ancient Egyptians? or a thackeray had he novelized the life of the Babylonians. It is an ancient blindness with an ancient wall to bruise one's head. It is only those who seek ointment of the consecrated clay that gives back sight, who see the shining way at their feet, who beat their face against no wall, who safely climb the heights. Henry Van Cortlandt was a man of rare parts, of every advantage, but still he had been taught steadfastly to live in the past. His eyes were yet to be opened. The living present was not his, but yet to be. The young lawyer had been assembling his outfit at Bandham's warehouse, for, in spite of scoffing friends, he knew that Rolf was coming back to him. When Rolf saw the pile of stuff that was gathered for that outfit, he stared at it aghast, then looked at Vandam, and together they roared. There was everything for light housekeeping and heavy doctoring, even chairs, a washstand, a mirror, oh, mortar, and a pestle. 6 canoes could scarcely have carried the lot. "'Tain't so much the young man as his mother," explained Big Pete. "At first I tried to make him understand, but it was no use, so I says, 'All right, go ahead, as long as there's room in the warehouse.' I reckon I'll set on the fence and have some fun seeing Rolf untangle the affair." "Phew, pheo, was all Rolf could say in answer. But at last, "Wall, there's always a way. I sized him up as pretty level-headed. We'll see." There was a way, and it was easy, for, in a secret session, Rolf, Pete, and Van Cortlandt together sorted out the things needed. A small tent, blankets, extra clothes, guns, ammunition, delicate food for 3 months, a few medicines and toilet articles, a pretty good load for one canoe, but a trifle compared with the mountain of stuff piled up on the floor. "Now, Mr. Van Cortlandt," said Rolf, "will you explain to your mother that we are going on with this so as to travel quickly, and will send back for the rest as we need it?" A quiet chuckle was now heard from Big Pete. "Good! I wondered how he'd settle it. The governor and his lady saw them off. Therefore there was a crowd." The mother never before had noted what a frail and dangerous thing a canoe is. She cautioned her son never to venture out alone, and to be sure that he rubbed his chest with the pectoral balm she had made from such and such a famous receipt, the one that saved the life but not the limb of old Governor Stuyvesant, and come right home if you catch a cold, and wait at the first camp till the other things come, and in a whisper keep away from that horrid red Indian with the knife, and never fail to let everyone know who you are and write regularly, and don't forget to take your calomel Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, alternating with Peruvian bark Tuesday, Thursday, and Saturday, and squills on Sunday, except every other week when he should devote Tuesdays, Fridays, and Sundays to rhubarb and catnip tea, except in the full moon, when the catnip was to be replaced with graveyard bergamot, and the squills with opal delde, in which an iron nail had been left for a week. So Henry was embraced. Rolf was handshaken. Quanub was nodded at. Skookum was wisely let alone, and the trim canoe swung from the dock. Amid hearty cheers, farewells, and God speed ye's, it breasted the flood for the north. And on the dock, with kerchief to her eyes, stood the mother, weeping to think that her boy was going far, far away from his home and friends, in dear, cultured, refined Albany, away, away, to that remote and barbarous, inaccessible region, almost to the shore land of Lake Champlain. Chapter 58. Back to Indian Lake. Young Van Cortlandt, 6 feet 2 in his socks and 34 inches around the chest, was, as Rolf long afterwards said, awful good raw material, but awful raw. 2 years out of college, half of which had been spent at the law, had done little but launch him as a physical weakling and a social star. But his mental make-up was more than good. It was of large promise. He lacked neither courage nor sense, and the course he now followed was surely the best for man-making. Rolf never realized how much a farmer, woodman, canoeman, hunter, camper had to know. Until now he met a man who did not know anything, nor dreamed how many wrong ways there were of doing a job, till he saw his new companion try it. There is no single simple thing that is a more complete measure of one's woodcraft than the lighting of a fire. There are a dozen good ways and 1,000 wrong ones. A man who can light 30 fires on 30 successive days. With 30 matches or 30 sparks from flint and steel is a graduated woodman, for the feat presupposes experience of many years and the skill that belongs to a winner. When Quanab and Rolf came back from taking each a load over the first little portage, they found Van Cortlandt getting ready for a fire with a great solid pile of small logs, most of them wet and green. He knew how to use flint and steel because that was the established household way of the times. Since childhood had he lighted the candle at home by this primitive means. When his pile of soggy logs was ready, he struck his flint, caught a spark on the tinder that is always kept on hand, blew it to a flame, thrust in between two of the wet logs, waited for all to blaze up, and wondered why the tiny blaze went out at once, no matter how often he tried. When the others came back, Van Cortlandt remarked, "It doesn't seem to." Burn. The Indian turned away in silent contempt. Rolf had hard work to keep the forms of respect until the thought came, "I suppose I look just as big a fool in his world at Albany." "See," said he, "green wood and wet wood won't do, but yonder is some birch bark and there's a pine root." He took his axe and cut a few sticks from the root, then used his knife to make a sliver fuzz of each. One piece, so resinous that it would not whittle, he smashed with the back of the axe into a lot of matchwood. With a handful of finely shredded birch bark, he was now quite ready. A crack of the flint, a blowing of the spark caught on the tinder from the box, a little flame that at once was magnified by the birch bark, and in a minute the pine splinters made a sputtering fire. Quanab did not even pay Van Cortlandt the compliment of using one of his logs. He cut a growing poplar, built a fireplace of the green logs around the blaze that Rolf had made, and the meal was ready in a few minutes. Van Cortlandt was not a fool, merely it was all new to him. But his attention was directed to fire-making now, and long before they reached their cabin, he had learned this, the first of the woodman's arts. He could lay and light a fire. And when, weeks later, he not only made the flint fire, but learned in emergency to make the rubbing stick spark, his cup of joy was full. He felt he was learning. Determined to be in everything, now he paddled all day. At first with vigor, then mechanically, at last feebly and painfully. Late in the afternoon, they made the first long portage. It was a quarter mile. Rolf took 100 pounds, Quanab half as much more. Van Cortlandt tottered slowly behind with his pill kit and his paddle. That night on his ample mattress, he slept the sleep of utter exhaustion. Next day he did little and said nothing. It came on to rain. He raised a huge umbrella and crouched under it till the storm was over. But the third day he began to show signs of new life, and before they reached the Schroen's mouth on the 5th day, his young frame was already responding to the elixir of the hills. It was very clear that they could not take half of the stuff that they had cached at the Schroen's mouth, so that a new adjustment was needed, and still a cache to await another trip. That night, as they sat by their 6th campfire, Van Cortlandt pondered over the recent days, and they seemed many since he had left home. He felt much older and stronger. He felt not only less strange, but positively intimate with the life, the river, the canoe, and his comrades. And pleased with his winnings, he laid his hand on Skookum, slumbering near, only to arouse in response a savage growl, as that important animal arose and moved to the other side of the fire. Never did small dog give tall man a more deliberate snub. "You can't do that with Skookum. You must wait till he's ready," said Rolf. The journey up the Hudson with its mean waters and its carries was much as before. Then they came to the Eagle's Nest and the easy waters of Jessop's River. And without important incident they landed at the cabin. The feeling of home again spread over the camp and everyone was gay. Chapter 59. Van Cortlandt's Drugs. "Ain't you feeling all right?" said Rolf one bright calomel morning as he saw Van Cortlandt preparing his daily physic. "Why, yes, I'm feeling fine. I'm better every day," was the jovial reply. "Course I don't know, but my mother used to say, 'Med'cine's the stuff makes a sick man well and a well man sick.' My mother and your mother would have fought at sight, as you may judge. B-U-T, he added with reflective slowness and a merry twinkle in his eye. If things were to be judged by their product, I am afraid your mother would win easily, and he laid his long, thin, scrawny hand beside the broad, strong hand of the growing youth. Old Sylvan wasn't far astray when he said, "There aren't any sick, 'cept them as thinks they are," said Rolf. "I suppose I ought to begin to taper off," was the reply. But the tapering was very sudden. Before a week went by, it seemed desirable to go back for the stuff left in cache on the Shroonan, where of course it was subject to several risks. There seemed no object in taking Van Cortlandt back, but they could not well leave him alone. He went. He had kept time with fair regularity calomel, rhubarb, calomel, rhubarb, calomel, rhubarb, squills, but Rolf's remarks had sunk into his intelligence as a red-hot shot will sink through shingles, letting in light and creating revolution. This was a rhubarb morning. He drank his potion. Then, carefully stoppering the bottle, he placed it with its companions in a box and stowed that near the middle of the canoe. "I'll be glad when it's finished," he said reflectively. "I don't believe I need it now. I wish sometimes I could run short of it all." That was what Rolf had been hoping for. Without such a remark, he would not have dared do as he did. He threw the tent cover over the canoe amidships. Causing the unstable craft to cant. "That won't do," he remarked, and took out several articles, including the medicine chest, put them ashore under the bushes, and, when he replaced them, contrived that the medicine should be forgotten. Next morning Van Cortlandt, rising to prepare his calomel, got a shock to find it not. "It strikes me," says Rolf, "the last time I saw that it was on the bank when we trimmed the canoe." Yes, there could be no doubt of it. Van must live his life in utter druglessness for a time. It gave him somewhat of a scare, much like that a young swimmer gets when he finds he has drifted away from his floats. And, like that same beginner, it braced him to help himself. So Van found that he could swim without corks. They made a rapid journey down, and in a week they were back with the load. There was the potion chest where they had left it. Van Cortlandt picked it up with a sheepish smile, and they sat down for evening meal. Presently Rolf said, "I mind once I seen 3 little hawks in a nest together. The mother was teaching them to fly. 2 of them started off all right, and pretty soon were scooting among the treetops. The other was scared. He says, 'No, mother, I never did fly, and I'm scared I'd get killed if I tried.' At last the mother got mad and shoved him over. As soon as he felt he was gone, he spread out his wings to save himself. The wings were all right enough, and long before he struck the ground, he was flying." Chapter 60, Van Cortland's Adventure. The coming of Van had compelled the trappers to build a new and much larger cabin. When they were planning it, the lawyer said, "If I were you, I'd make it 20 by 30 with a big stone fireplace." "Why?" "I might want to come back someday and bring a friend." Rolf looked at him keenly. Here was an important possibility, but it was too difficult to handle such large logs without a team. So the new cabin was made 15 by 20, and the 20-foot logs were very slim indeed. Van Cortland took much trouble to fix it up inside with 2 white birch bedsteads, balsam beds, and basswood mats on the floor. After the first depression, he had recovered quickly since abandoning his apothecary diet, and now he was more and more in their life, one of themselves. But Quonob never liked him. The incident of the fire-making was one of many which reduced him far below zero in the red man's esteem. When he succeeded with the rubbing stick fire, he rose a few points. Since then he had fallen a little, nearly every day, and now an incident took place which reduced him even below his original low level. In spite of his admirable perseverance, Van Cortland failed in his attempts to get a deer. This was depressing and unfortunate because of the Indian's evident contempt, shown not in any act, but rather in his avoiding Van and never noticing him, while Van, on his part, discovered that, but for this, that, and the other negligence on Quonab's part, he himself might have done thus and so. To relieve the situation, Rolf said privately to the Indian, "Can't we find some way of giving him a deer?" "Humph," was the voluble reply. "I've heard of that jacklight trick. Can you work it?" "Ah." So it was arranged. Kana prepared a box which he filled with sand. On 3 sides of it he put a screen of bark 18 inches high, and in the middle he made a good torch of pine knots with a finely frizzled lighter of birch bark. Ordinarily this is placed on the bow of the canoe, and, at the right moment, is lighted by the sportsman. But Quonab distrusted Van as a lighter, so placed this ancient searchlight on the after thwart in front of himself and pointing forward, but quartering. The scheme is to go along the lake shore about dark, as the deer come to the water to drink or eat lily pads. As soon as a deer is located by the sound, the canoe is silently brought to the place. The torch is lighted, the deer stops to gaze. At this strange sunrise, its body is not usually visible in the dim light, but the eyes reflect the glare like 2 lamps. And now the gunner, with a volley of buckshot, plays his part. It is the easiest and most unsportsmanlike of all methods. It has long been declared illegal, and was especially bad because it victimized chiefly the does and fawns. But now it seemed the proper way to save Van Cortland's face. So forth they went, Van armed with his double-barreled shotgun and carrying in his belt a huge and ornamental hunting knife, the badge of woodcraft or of idiocy, according as Jan took Van's view or Quonab's. Rolf stayed in camp. At dusk they set out, a slight easterly breeze compelling them to take the eastern shore, for the deer must not smell them. As they silently crossed the lake, the guide's quick eye caught sight of a long wimple on the surface, across the tiny ripples of the breeze, surely the wake of some large animal, most likely a deer. Good luck. Putting on all speed, he sent the canoe flying after it, and in 3 or 4 minutes they sighted a large dark creature moving fast to escape, but it was low on the water and had no horns. They could not make out what it was. Van sat tensely gazing with gun in hand, but the canoe overran the swimmer. It disappeared under the prow, and a moment later there scrambled over the gunwale a huge black fisher. "Knife!" cried Quonab, in mortal fear that Van would shoot and blow a hole through the canoe. The fisher went straight at the lawyer, hissing and snarling with voice like a bear. Van grasped his knife, and then and there began a most extraordinary fight. Holding his assailant off as best he could, he stabbed again and again with that long blade. But the fisher seemed cased in iron. The knife glanced off, or was solidly stopped again and again, while the fierce, active creature, squirming, struggling, clawing, and tearing, had wounded the lawyer in a dozen places. Jab, jab went the knife in vain. The fisher seemed to gain in strength and fury. It fastened on Van's leg just below the knee, and grew slosh ed and tore like a bulldog. Van seized its throat in both hands and choked with all his strength. The brute at length let go and sprang back to attack again, when Quornub saw his chance and felled it with a blow of the paddle across the nose. It tumbled forward, then lunged to avoid what seemed a new attack, and in a moment the canoe upset, and all were swimming for their lives. As luck would have it, they had drifted to the west side and the water was barely 6 feet deep. So Quornub swam ashore holding on to a paddle and hauling the canoe, while Van waded ashore, hauling the dead fisher by the tail. Quornub seized a drift pole and stuck it in the mud as near the place as possible, so they could come again in daylight to get the guns, then silently paddled back to camp. Next day, thanks to the pole, they found the place and recovered first Van's gun, second that mighty hunting knife, and learned to the amazement and disgust of all that it had not been out of its sheath during all that stabbing and slashing. The keen edge was hidden, and the knife was wearing its thick, round scabbard of leather and studs of brass. Chapter 61. Rolf learns something from Van. However superior Rolf might feel in the canoe or the woods, there was one place where Van Cortlandt took the lead, and that was in the long talks they had by the campfire, or in Van's own shanty, which Quornub rarely entered. The most interesting subjects treated in these were ancient Greece and modern Albany. Van Cortlandt was a good Greek scholar, and, finding an intelligent listener, he told the stirring tales of royal Ilion, Athens, and Pergamos, with the loving enthusiasm of one whom the teachers found it easy to instruct in classic lore. And when he recited or intoned the rolling Greek heroics of the siege of Troy, Rolf listened with an interest that was strange, considering that he knew not a word of it. But he said it sounded like real talk, and the tramp of men that were all astir with something big, a-doing. Albany and politics, too, were vital strains, and life at the government house, with the struggling rings and cabals, social and political. These were extraordinarily funny and whimsical to Rolf, no doubt because Van Cortlandt presented them that way, and he more than once wondered how rational humans could waste their time in such tomfoolery and childish things as all conventionality seemed to be. Van Cortlandt smiled at his remarks, but made no answer for long. One day, the first after the completion of Van Cortlandt's cabin, as the two approached, the owner opened the door and stood aside for Rolf to enter. "Go ahead," said Rolf. "After you," was the polite reply. "Oh, go on," rejoined the lad in mixed amusement and impatience. Van Cortlandt touched his hat and went in. Inside, Rolf turned squarely and said, "The other day you said there was a reason for all kinds of social tricks. Now will you tell me what the dickens is? The why of all these funny do's? It 'pears to me a free-born American didn't ought to take off his hat to anyone but God." Van Cortlandt chuckled softly and said, You may be very sure that everything that is done in the way of social usage is the result of common sense, with the exception of one or two things that have continued after the reason for them has passed, like the buttons you have behind on your coat. They were put there originally to button the tails out of the way of your sword. Sword wearing and using have passed away, but still you see the buttons. As to taking off your hat to no man, it depends entirely on what you mean by it, and, being a social custom, you must accept its social meaning. In the days of knight-errantry, every one meeting a stranger had to suppose him an enemy. 10 to 1 he was, and the sign and proof of friendly intention was raising the right hand without a weapon in it. The hand was raised high to be seen as far as they could shoot with a bow, and a further proof was added when they raised the visor and exposed the face. The danger of the highway continued long after knights ceased to wear armor, so with the same meaning, the same gesture was used, but with a lifting of the hat. If a man did not do it, he was either showing contempt, or hostility for the other, or proving himself an ignorant brute. So, in all civilized countries, lifting the hat is a sign of mutual confidence and respect. Well, that makes it all look different. But why should you touch your hat when you went ahead of me just now? Because this is my house. You are my guest. I'm supposed to serve you in reasonable ways and give you precedence. Had I let you open my door for me, it would have been putting you in the place of my servant. To balance that, I give you the sign of equality and respect. Said Rolf, it just shows. As old Sylvain says, this yer steel trap hair trigger cocks your judgment don't do. And the more a man learns, the less sure he gets. And things as has lasted a long time ain't liable to be on a rotten foundation. Chapter 62. The Charm of Song. With a regular tumta-tumta came a weird sound from the Sunrise Rock one morning as Van slipped out of his cabin. Ajay, Wayose, Pamose, Jejik Arabid, Akeen Ainabid, Akeen. What's he doing, Rolf? That's his sunrise prayer, was the answer. Do you know what it means? Yes, it ain't much. Jest. O thou that walkest in the sky in the morning, I greet thee. Why, I didn't know Indians had such performances. That's exactly like the priests of Osiris. Did anyone teach him? I mean any white folk? No, it's always been the Indian way. They have a song or a prayer for most. Every big event, sunrise, sunset, moonrise, good hunting, and another for when they're sick or when they're going on a journey or when their heart is bad. You astonish me. I had no idea they were so human. It carries me back to the Temple of Delphi. It is worthy of Cassandra of Ilion. I supposed all Indians were just savage Indians that hunted till their bellies were full and slept till they were empty again. Heim, rejoined Rolf with a gentle laugh, I see you also have been doing some hair-trigger, steel-trap, cocksure-jedgin. I wonder if he'd like to hear some of my songs. It's worth trying. Anyway, I would, said Rolf. That night by the fire, Van sang the Gay Cavalier, The Hunting of John Peel, and Bonnie Dundee. He had a fine baritone voice. He was most acceptable in the musical circles of Albany. Rolf was delighted, Skookum moaned sympathetically, and Quonab sat nor moved till the music was over. He said nothing, but Rolf felt that it was a point gained, and, trying to follow it up, said, Here's your drum, Quonab. Won't you sing the Song of the Wabanaki, if in a wall? But it was not well timed, and the Indian shook his head. Say then, said Rolf, Van Cortlandt had suggested this abbreviation, you'll never stand right with Quonab till you kill a deer. I've done some trying. Well, now we'll go out tomorrow evening and try once more. What do you think of the weather, Quanub? Storm begin noon and last 3 days, was the brief answer as the red man walked away. That settles it, said Rolf. We wait. Van was surprised, and all the more so when in an hour the sky grew black and heavy rain set in with squalls. How in the name of Belshazzar's weather bugler does he tell? I guess you better not ask him if you want to know. I'll find out and tell you later. Rolf learned, not easily or at single talk. Yesterday the chipmunks worked hard. Today there are none to be seen. Yesterday the loons were wailing. Now they are still, and no small birds are about. Yesterday it was a yellow sunrise. Today a rosy dawn. Last night the moon changed and had a thick little ring. It has not rained for 10 days, and this is the 3rd day of easterly winds. There was no dew last night. I saw Tongue Mountain at daybreak. My tom-tom will not sing. The smoke went 3 ways at dawn, and Skookum's nose was hot. So they rested, not knowing but forced to believe, and it was not till the 3rd day that the sky broke. The west wind began to pay back its borrowings from the east, and the saying was proved that 3 days' rain will empty any sky. That evening, after their meal, Rolf and Van launched the canoe and paddled down the lake. A mile from camp they landed, for this was a favorite deer run. Very soon Rolf pointed to the ground. He had found a perfectly fresh track, but Van seemed not to comprehend. They went along it, Rolf softly and silently, Van, with his long feet and legs making a dangerous amount of clatter. Rolf turned and whispered, "That won't do. You must not stand on dry sticks." Van endeavored to move more cautiously and thought he was doing well, but Rolf found it very trying to his patience and began to understand how Quanub had felt about himself a year ago. "See," said Rolf, "lift your legs so. Don't turn your feet out that way. Look at the place before you put it down again. Feel with your toe to make sure there is no dead stick, then wriggle it down to the solid ground. Of course, you'd do better in moccasins. Never brush past any branches, lift them aside and don't let them scratch. Ease them back to the place. Never try to bend a dry branch, go around it, etc." Van had not thought of these things, but now he grasped them quickly, and they made a wonderful improvement in his way of going. They came again to the water's edge. Across a little bay Rolf sighted at once the form of a buck, perfectly still, gazing their way, wondering, no doubt, what made those noises. "Here's your chance," he whispered. "Where?" was the eager query. "There. See that gray and white thing?" "I can't see him." For 5 minutes Rolf tried in vain to make his friends see that statuesque form. For 5 minutes it never moved. Then, sensing danger, the buck gave a bound and was lost to view. It was disheartening. Rolf sat down nearly disgusted. Then one of Sylvan's remarks came to him. "It don't prove anyone a fool 'cause he can't play your game." Presently Rolf said, "Van, have ye a book with ye?" "Yes, I have my Virgil." "Read me the first page." Van read it, holding the book 6 inches from his nose. "Let's see ye read this page there." And Rolf held it up 4 feet away. "I can't. It's nothing but a dim white spot lean." "Well, can you see that loon out there?" "You mean that long dark thing in the bay?" "No, that's a pine log close to," said Rolf, with a laugh away out a mile. "No, I can't see Inmetkin's." "I thought so. It's no use your trying to shoot deer till you get a pair of specs to fit your eyes. You have brains enough, but you haven't got the eyesight of a hunter. You stay here till I go see if I have any luck." Rolf melted into the woods. In 20 minutes Van heard a shot, and very soon Rolf reappeared, carrying a 2-year-old buck, and they returned to their camp by nightfall. Quonov glanced at their faces as they passed carrying the little buck. They tried to look inscrutable, but the Indian was not deceived. He gave out nothing but a sizzling "Humph!" Chapter 63. The Redemption of Van. When things is looking black as black can be, it's a sure sign of luck coming your way. So said Sylvan, and so it proved to Van Cortlandt. The moon of the falling leaves was waning. October was nearly over. The day of his return to Albany was near, as he was to go out in time for the hunters to return in open water. He was wonderfully improved in strength and looks. His face was brown and ruddy. He had abandoned all drugs and had gained fully 20 pounds in weight. He had learned to make a fire, paddle a canoe, and go through the woods in semi-silence. His scholarly talk had given him large place in Rolf's esteem, and his sweet singing had furnished a tiny little shelf for a modicum of Quonov's respect. But his attempts to get a deer were failures. "You come back next year with proper farsight glasses and you'll all right," said Rolf, and that seemed the one ray of hope. The 3-day storm had thrown so many trees that the hunters decided it would be worthwhile making a fast trip down to Eagle's Nest to cut such timber as might have fallen across the stream, and so make an easy way for when they should have less time. The surmise was quite right. Much new fallen timber was now across the channel. They chopped over 25 trunks before they reached Eagle's Nest at noon, and, leaving the river in better shape than ever it was, they turned for the swift, straight, silent run of 10 miles home. As they rounded the last point, a huge black form in the water loomed to view. Skookum's bristles rose. Quonov whispered, "Moose! Shoot quick!" Vaughn was the only one with a gun. The great black beast stood for a moment, gazing at them with wide-open eyes, ears, and nostrils, then shook his broad horns, wheeled, and dashed for the shore. Van fired, and the bull went down with a mighty splash among the lilies. Rolf and Skookum let off a succession of most unhunter-like yells of triumph. But the giant sprang up again and reached the shore, only to fall. To Van Cortlandt's second barrel. Yet the stop was momentary. He rose and dashed into the cover. Quonov turned the canoe at once and made for the land. A great sob came from the bushes, then others at intervals. Quonov showed his teeth and pointed. Rolf seized his rifle. Skookum sprang from the boat, and a little later was heard letting off his war cry in the bushes not far away. The men rushed forward, guns in hand, but Quonov called, "Look out, maybe he waiting. If he is, he'll likely get one of us," said Rolf with a light laugh, for he had some hearsay knowledge of moose. Covered each by a tree, they waited till Van had reloaded his double-barreled, then cautiously approached. The great frothing sobs had resounded from time to time. Skookum's voice also was heard in the thicket, and when they neared and glimpsed the place, it was to see the monster on the ground, lying at full length, dinging up his head at times when he uttered that horrid sound of pain. The Indian sent a bullet to the moose's brain. Then all was still. The tragedy was over. But now their attention was turned to Van Cortlandt. He reeled, staggered, his knees trembled, his face turned white, and, to save himself from falling, he sank onto a log. Here he covered his face with his hands, his feet beat the ground, and his shoulders heaved up and down. The others said nothing. They knew by the signs and the sounds that it was only through a mighty effort that young Van Cortlandt grown man as he was, could keep himself from hysterical sobs and tears. Not then, but the next day it was that Quanap said, "It comes to some after they kill, to some before, as it came to you, Rolf. To me it came the day I killed my first chipmunk, that time when I stole my father's medicine." They had ample work for several hours now, to skin the game and save the meat. It was fortunate they were so near home. A marvelous change there was in the atmosphere of the camp. Twice, Quonab spoke to Van Cortlandt, as the latter labored with them to save and store the meat of his moose. He was rubbed, doped, soiled, and anointed with its flesh, hair, and blood. And that night, as they sat by their campfire, Skookum arose, stretched, yawned, walked around deliberately, put his nose in the lawyer's hand, gave it a lick, then lay down by his feet. Van Cortlandt glanced at Rolf. A merry twinkle was in the eyes of both. "It's all right, you can pat Skookum now, without risk of being crippled. He's sized you up. You are one of us at last." And Quonab looked on with 2 long ivory rows, a gleaming in his smile. Chapter 64. Dinner at the Governor's. Was ever there a brighter blazing sunrise after such a night of gloom? Not only a deer, but the biggest of all deer, and Van himself, the only one of the party that had ever killed a moose. The skin was removed and afterward made into a hunting coat for the victor. The head and horns were carefully preserved to be carried back to Albany, where they were mounted and still hang in the hall of a later generation of the name. The final days at the camp were days of happy feeling. They passed too soon, and the long-legged lawyer, bronzed and healthy-looking, took his place in their canoe for the flying trip to Albany. With an empty canoe and 3 paddles, 2 1/2, Van said, they flew down the open stretch of Jesups River in something over 2 hours and camped that night fully 35 miles from their cabin. The next day they nearly reached the Schron, and in a week they rounded the Great Bend, and Albany hove in view. How Van's heart did beat! How he did exult to come in triumph home, re-established in health and strengthened in every way. They were sighted and recognized. Messengers were seen running, a heavy gun was fired, the flag run up on the Capitol, bells set a-ringing. Many people came running, and more flags ran up on vessels. A great crowd gathered by the dock. "There's father and mother too," shouted Van, waving his hat. Hurrah! And the crowd took it up, while the bells went jingle-jangle and Skookum in the bow sent back his best in answer. The canoe was dragged ashore. Van seized his mother in his arms as she cried, my boy, my darling boy, how well you look. Oh, why didn't you write? But thank God you are back again and looking so healthy and strong. I know you took your squills in Opodel, Doc. Thank God for that. Oh, I'm so happy. My boy, there's nothing like squills and God's blessing." Rolf and Quonab were made to feel that they had a part in it all. The governor shook them warmly by the hand, and then a friendly voice was heard. "Wall, boy, here ye air again. Growed a little, settin' up and sassin' back, same as ever." Rolf turned to see the gigantic angular form and kindly face of grizzly old Cecil Van, and was still more surprised to hear him addressed Senator. "Yes," said the senator, "one of them freak elections that sometimes hits right. Great luck for Albany, wa'n't it?" "Ho," said Quonab, shaking the senator's hand, while Skookum looked puzzled and depressed. "Now remember," said the governor, addressing the Indian, the lad, and the senator, "we expect you to dine tonight at the mansion, 7 o'clock. Then the terror of the dragon conventionality that guards the gate and hovers. over the feast loomed up in Rolf's imagination. He sought a private word with Van. "I'm afraid I have no fit clothes. I shan't know how to behave," he said. "Then I'll show you. The first thing is to be perfectly clean and get a shave. Put on the best clothes you have and be sure they're clean. Then you come at exactly 7 o'clock, knowing that everyone is going to be kind to you and you're bound to have a good time. As to any other funny do you watch me, and you'll have no trouble." So when the 7 o'clock assemblage came, and guests were ascending the steps of the governor's mansion, there also mounted a tall, slim youth, an easy-pacing Indian, and a prick-eared yellow dog. Young Van Cortlandt was near the door, on watch to save them any embarrassment. But what a swell he looked, Cleanshaven, ruddy, tall and handsome in the uniform of an American captain, surrounded by friends and immensely popular. How different it all was from that lonely cabin by the lake. A butler who tried to remove Skookum was saved from mutilation by the intervention first of Quanap and next of Van. And when they sat down, this uncompromising four-legged child of the forest ensconced under Quanap's chair and growled whenever the silk stockings of the footman seemed to approach beyond the line of true respect. Young Van Cortlandt was chief talker at the dinner, but a pompous military man was prominent in the company. Once or twice Rolf was addressed by the governor or Lady Van Cortlandt and had to speak to the whole table. His cheeks were crimson, but he knew what he wanted to say and stopped when it was said, so suffered no real embarrassment. After what seemed an interminable feast of countless dishes in hours' duration, an extraordinary change set in. Led by the hostess, all stood up. The chairs were lifted out of their way, and the ladies trooped into another room. The doors were closed, and the men sat down again at the end next the governor. Van stayed by Rolf and explained, "This is another social custom that began with a different meaning. 100 years ago, every man got drunk at every formal dinner and carried on in a way that the ladies did not care to see. So to save their own feelings and give the men a free rein, the ladies withdrew. Nowadays, men are not supposed to indulge in any such orgy, but the custom continues because it gives the men a chance to smoke and the ladies a chance to discuss matters that do not interest the men. So again, you see it is backed by common sense." This proved the best part of the dinner to Rolf. There was a peculiar sense of over-politeness, of insincerity almost, while the ladies were present. The most of the talking had been done by young Van Cortlandt and certain young ladies, assisted by some very gay young men and the general. Their chatter was funny, but nothing more. Now a different air was on the group. Different subjects were discussed, and by different men in a totally different manner. "We've stood just about all we can stand," said the governor, alluding to an incident newly told of a British frigate boarding an American merchant vessel by force and carrying off half her crew under presence that they were British seamen in disguise. "That's been going on for 3 years now. It's either piracy or war, and in either case, it's our duty to fight." "Jersey's dead against war," said a legislator from down the river. "Jersey always was dead against everything that was for the national good, sir," said a red-faced, puffy, military man with a husky voice, a rolling eye, and a way of ending every sentence in "sir." "So is Connecticut," said another. "They say, look at all our defenseless coasts and harbor towns." "They're not risking as much as New York," answered the governor, "with her harbors all the way up the Hudson and her back door open to invasion from Canada. Fortunately, sir, Pennsylvania, Maryland, and the West have not forgotten the glories of the past. All I ask is a chance to show what we can do, sir. I long for the smell of powder once more, sir. I understand that President Madison has sent several protests and, in spite of Connecticut and New Jersey, will send an ultimatum within 3 months. He believes that Britain has all she can manage, with Napoleon and his allies battering at her doors, and will not risk a war. It's my opinion, said Sylvan, that these English men is too pig-headed and ornery to care a whoop in hell whether we get mad or not. They've a notion Paul Jones is dead, but I reckon we've got plenty of the breed only, waiting a chance. More'n 25 of our merchantmen wrecked each year through being stripped of their crews by a friendly power. 'Pears to me we couldn't be worse off going to war, and might be a dumb sight better. Your home and holdings are 300 safe miles from the seacoast, objected the man from Manhattan. Yes, and right next Canada, was the reply. The continued insults to our flag, sir, and the personal indignities offered to our people are even worse than the actual loss in ships and goods. It makes my blood fairly boil. And the worthy general looked the part as his purple jowl quivered over his white cravat. Gosh, all hemlock. The one pricks but t'other festers. It's tarnal sure you steal a man's dinner and tell him he's one of nature's noblemen. He's more apt to love you than if you give him $5 to keep out of your sight, said Sylvan with slow emphasis. There's something to be said on the other side, said the timid one. You surely allow that the British government is trying to do right, and after all we must admit that Gilson affair resected very little credit on our own administration. A man can make one awful big mistake and still be all right. But he can't go on making a little mistake every day, right along and be fit company for a clean crowd, retorted the new senator. At length the governor rose and led the way to the drawing-room, where they rejoined the ladies and the conversation took on a different color and weight. Bye. Which it lost all value for those who knew not the art of twittering persiflage, and bound less joy in a handkerchief flirtation than in the nation's onward march. Rolf and Quonab enjoyed it now about as much as Skookum had done all the time. Chapter 65. The Grebes and the Singing Mouse. Corna puzzled long over the amazing fact that young Van Cortlandt had evident high standing in his own tribe. He must be a wise counselor, for I know he cannot fight and is a fool at hunting, was the ultimate decision. They had a final interview with the governor and his son before they left. Rolf received for himself and his partner the promised $150, and the hearty thanks of all in the governor's home. Next, each was presented with a handsome hunting knife, not unlike the one young Van had carried, but smaller. Quanah received his with, "Ho!" Then, after a pause, "He pull out, maybe, when I need him." "Ho! Good!" he exclaimed as the keen blade appeared. "Now, Rolf," said the lawyer, "I want to come back next year and bring 3 companions, and we will pay you at the same rate per month for each. What do you say?" "Glad to have you again," said Rolf. "We'll come for you on August 15th. But remember, you should bring your guitar and your spectacles." "One word," said the governor. "Do you know the canoe route through Champlain to Canada?" "Quanah does." "Could you undertake to render scout service in that region?" The Indian nodded. "In case of war, we may need you both, so keep your ears open." And once more the canoe made for the north, with Quanah in the stern and Skookum in the bow. In less than a week they were home, and none too soon, for already the trees were bare and they had to break the ice on the river before they ended their trip. Rolf had gathered many ideas the last 2 months. He did not propose to continue all his life as a trapper. He wanted to see New York. He wanted to plan for the future. He needed money for his plans. He and Quonub had been running 100 miles of traps, but some men run more than that single-handed. They must get out 2 new lines at once before the frost came. One of these they laid up the Hudson above Eagle's Nest, the other northerly on Blue Mountain toward Racket River. Doing this was hard work, and when they came again to their cabin the robins had gone from the bleak and leafless woods. The grouse were making long night flights. The hollows had tracks of racing deer. There was a sense of omen, a length of gloom, for the mad moon was afloat in the shimmering sky. Its wan light gasted all the hills. Next day, the lake was covered with thin, glare ice. On the glassy surface near the shore were 2 ducks floundering. The men went as near as they could, and Quonub said, "No, not duck, but Shingebi's divers. They cannot rise except from water. In the night the new ice looks like water. They come down and cannot rise. I have often seen it." 2 days after, a harder frost came on. The ice was safe for a dog. The divers or grebes were still on its surface, so they sent Skookum. He soon returned with 2 beautiful grebes, whose shining white breast feathers are as much prized as some furs. Quonub grunted as he held them up. "Ugh, it is often so in this mad moon. My father said it is because of Koloskop's dancing. I don't remember that one." "Yes, long ago." Koloskop felt lazy. He wanted to eat, but did not wish to hunt, so he called the blue jay and said, "Tell all the woods that tomorrow night Koloskop gives a new dance and teaches a new song," and he told the hoot owl to do the same. So one kept it up all day. Koloskop teaches a new dance tomorrow night, and the other kept it up all night. Koloskop teaches a new song at next. Council. Thus it came about that all the woods and waters sent their folk to the dance. Then Koloskop took his song drum and said, "When I drum and sing, you must dance in a circle the same way as the sun. Close your eyes tightly, and each one shout his war whoop as I cry, 'New songs.'" So all began, with Koloskop drumming in the middle, singing new songs from the south. Brothers, close your eyes tightly, brothers, dance and learn a new song. As they danced around, he picked out the fattest and, reaching out one hand, seized them and twisted their necks, shouting out, "More war cries, more poise. That's it. Now you are learning." At length, Shingebi's the diver began to have his doubts, and he cautiously opened one eye, saw the trick, and shouted, "Fly, brothers, fly! Koloskop is killing us!" Then all was confusion. Everyone tried to escape, and Koloskop, in revenge, tried to kill the Shingebis. But the diver ran for the water, and, just as he reached the edge, Koloskop gave him a kick behind that sent him half a mile, but it knocked off all his tail feathers and twisted his shape, so that ever since his legs have stuck out where his tail was, and he cannot rise from the land or the ice. I know it is so, for my father Cobb told me it was true, and we ourselves have seen it. It is ever so. To go against Koloskop brings much evil to brood over. A few nights later, as they sat by their fire in the cabin, a curious squeaking was heard behind the logs. They had often heard it before, but never so much as now. Skookum turned his head on one side, set his ears at forward cock. Presently, from a hole twixt logs and chimney there appeared a small white-breasted mouse. Its nose and ears shivered a little. Its black eyes danced in the firelight. It climbed up to a higher log, scratched its ribs, then rising on its hind legs, uttered 1 or 2 squeaks like those they had heard so often, but soon they became louder and continuous. Peg, pio, 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 pio. Tree, 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 trr, chur, tur, 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 tur. Wee, 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 wee. The little creature was sitting up high on its hind legs. Its belly muscles were working. Its mouth was gaping as it poured out its music. For fully half a minute this went on, when Skookum made a dash. But the mouse was quick, and it flashed into the safety of its cranny. Rolf gazed at Quonev inquiringly. That is Miss Shabokwas, the singing mouse. He always comes to tell of war. In a little while there will be fighting. Chapter 66, A Lesson in Stalking. Did you ever see any fighting, Quonob? Ugh! In Revolution, scouted for General Gates. Judging by the talk, we're liable to be called on before a year. What will you do? Fight. As soldier? No, scout. They may not want us. Always want scouts, replied the Indian. It seems to me I ought to start training now. You have been training. How is that? A scout is everything that an army is, but it's all in one man, and he don't have to keep step. I see, replied Rolf, and he realized that a scout is merely a trained hunter who is compelled by war to hunt his country's foes instead of the beasts of the woods. See that? Said the Indian, and he pointed to a buck that was nosing for cranberries in the open expanse across the river where it left the lake. Now I show you scouting. He glanced at the smoke from the fire, found it right for his plan, and said, See, I take my bow, no cover, yet I will come close and kill that deer. Then began a performance that was new to Rolf and showed that the Indian had indeed reached the highest pitch of woodcraft. He took his bow and 3 good arrows, tied a band around his head, and into this stuck a lot of twigs and vines, so that his head looked like a tussock of herbage. Then he left the shanty door, and, concealed by the last bushes on the edge, he reached the open plain. 200 yards off was the buck, nosing among the herbage, and, from time to time, raising its superb head and columnar neck to look around. There was no cover but creeping herbage. Rolf suspected that the Indian would decoy the buck by some whistle or challenge, for the thickness of its neck showed the deer to be in fighting humor. Flat on his breast the Indian lay. His knees and elbows seemed to develop sympathetic power. His head was a mere clump of growing stuff. He snaked his way quietly for 25 yards, then came to the open sloping shore, with the river 40 yards wide of level shining ice, all in plain view of the deer. How was this too? Be covered? There is a well-known peculiarity of the white tail that the Indian was counting on. When its head is down grazing, even though not hidden, the deer does not see distant objects. Before the head is raised, its tail is raised or shaken. Quonev knew that if he could keep the tail in view, he could avoid being viewed by the head. In a word, only an ill-timed movement or a whiff could betray him. The open ice was, of course, a hard test, and the hunter might have failed, but that his long form looked like one of the logs that were lying about half-stranded or frozen in the stream. Watching ever the alert head and tail, he timed his approach, working hard and moving east when the head was down, but when warned by a tail jerk, he turned to a log nor moved a muscle. Once the ice was crossed, the danger of being seen was less, but of being smelt was greater, for the deer was moving about and Quanah watched the smoke from the cabin for knowledge of the wind, so he came within 50 yards, and the buck, still sniffing along and eagerly champing the few red cranberries it found above the frozen moss, was working toward a somewhat higher cover. The herbage was now fully 18 inches high, and Quanah moved a little faster. The buck found a large patch of berries under a tussock, and dropped on its knees to pick them out, while Quanub saw the chance and gained 10 yards before the tail gave warning. After so long a feeding spell, the buck took an extra long lookout and then walked toward the timber, whereby the Indian lost all he had gained. But the browser's eye was drawn by a shining bunch of red, then another, and now the buck swung until there was danger of betrayal by the wind. Then down went its head, and Corner retreated 10 yards to keep the windward. Once the buck raised its muzzle and sniffed with flaring nostrils, as though its ancient friend had brought a warning. But soon he seemed reassured, for the landscape showed no foe, and nose back, and forth, while Quanov regained the yards he had lost. The buck worked now to the taller cover, and again a tempting bunch of berries under a low, dense bush caused it to kneel for farther underreaching. Quanub glided swiftly forward, reached the 25-yard limit, rose to one knee, bent the stark cedar bough. Rolf saw the buck bound in air, then make for the wood with great high leaps. The dash of disappointment was on him, but Quanub stood erect, with right hand raised, and shouted, "Ho, ho, ho!" He knew that those bounds were unnecessarily high, and before the woods had swallowed up the buck, it fell, rose, and fell again, to rise not. The arrow had pierced its heart. Then Rolf rushed up with kindled eye and exultant pride to slap his friend on the back and exclaim, "I never thought it possible. The greatest feat in hunting I ever saw. You are a wonder." To which the Indian softly replied, as he smiled, "Ho! It was so I got 11 British sentries in the war. They gave me a medal with Washington's head." "They did? How is it I never heard of it? Where is it?" The Indian's face darkened. "I threw it after the ship that stole my Gamawini." Chapter 67. Rolf Meets a Canuck. The winter might have been considered eventful had not so many of the events been repetitions of former experience. But there were several that by their newness deserve a place on these pages, as they did in Rolf's memory. One of them happened soon after the first sharp frost. It had been an autumn of little rain, so that many ponds had dried up, with the result that hundreds of muskrats were forced out to seek more habitable quarters. The first time Rolf saw one of these stranded mariners on its overland journey, he gave heedless chase. At first it made awkward haste to escape. Then a second muskrat was discovered just ahead, and a third. This added to Rolf's interest. In a few bounds he was among them, but it was to get a surprise. Finding themselves overtaken, the muskrats turned in desperation and attacked the common enemy with courage and fury. Rolf leaped over the first, but the second sprang, caught him by the slack of the trouser leg, and hung on. The third flung itself on his foot and drove its sharp teeth through the moccasin. Quickly the first rallied and sprang. On his other leg, with all the force of its puny paws and powerful jaws. Meanwhile, Quanub was laughing aloud and holding back Skookum, who, breathing fire and slaughter, was mad to be in the fight. "Ho! A good fight, good musklas. Ho, Skookum! You must not always take care of him, or he will not learn to go alone. Ugh, good!" As the third muskrat gripped Rolf by the calf, there could be but one finish, and that not long delayed. A well-placed kick on one, the second swung by the tail, the third crushed under his heel, and the affair ended. Rolf had 3 muskrats and 5 cuts. Quanub had much joy, and Skookum a sense of lost opportunity. "This we should paint on the wigwam," said Quanub. 3 great warriors attacked one sagamore. They were very brave, but he was Nibawaka and very strong. He struck them down as the thunderbird hurricane strikes the dead pines the fire has left on the hilltop against the sky. Now shall you eat their hearts, for they were brave. My father told me a fighting muskrat's heart is great medicine, for he seeks peace while it is possible, then he turns and fights without fear. A few days later, they sighted a fox. In order to have a joke on Skookum, they put him on its track and away he went, letting off his joy whoops at every jump. The men sat down to wait, knowing full well that after an hour, Skookum would come back with a long tongue and an air of depression. But they were favored with an unexpected view of the chase. It showed a fox bounding over the snow, and not 20 yards behind was their energetic four-legged colleague. And, still more unexpected, the fox was overtaken in the next thicket, shaken to limpness, and dragged to be dropped at Quonab's feet. This glorious victory by Skookum was less surprising when a closer examination showed that the fox had been in a bad way. Through some sad sudden indiscretion, he had tackled a porcupine and paid the penalty. His mouth, jaws and face, neck and legs were bristling with quills. He was sick and emaciated. He could not have lasted many days longer, and Skookum's summary lynching was a blessing in disguise. The trapper's usual routine was varied by a more important happening. One day of deep snow in January, when they were running the northern line on Racket River, they camped for the night at their shelter cabin and were somewhat surprised at dusk to hear a loud challenge from Skookum replied to by a human voice, and a short man with black whiskers appeared. He raised one hand in token of friendliness and was invited to come in. He was a French-Canadian from Luckall Mills. He had trapped here for some years. The almost certainty of war between Canada and the States had kept his usual companions away. So he had trapped alone, always a dangerous business, and had gathered a lot of good fur, but had fallen on the ice and hurt himself inwardly so that he had no strength. He could tramp out on snowshoes, but could not carry his pack of furs. He had long known that he had neighbors on the south. The campfire smoke proved that, and he had come now to offer all his furs for sale. Quonab shook his head, but Rolf said, "We'll come over and see them." A 2 hours' tramp in the morning brought them to the Frenchman's cabin. He opened out his furs, several otter, many sable, some lynx, over 30 beaver, the whole lot for $200. At Lion's Falls, they were worth double that. Rolf saw a chance for a bargain. He whispered, "We can double our money on it, Quonab. What do ye say?" The reply was simply, "Ugh, you are Nibawaka. We'll take your offer, if we can fix it up about payment, for I have no money with me and barely $200 at the cabin. You have to balk and grossairs. Yes, plenty. You can go get 'em, Si?" Rolf paused, looked down, then straight at the Frenchman. "Will you trust me to take half the fur now? When I come back with the pay I can get the rest." The Frenchman looked puzzled then. "By gar, you looked a good look." I let him go. "I tink you pretty good fellow, parbleu." So Rolf marched away with half the furs, and 4 days later he was back and paid the pale-faced but happy Frenchman the $150 he had received from Van Cortlandt, with other bills making $195, and with groceries and tobacco enough to satisfy the trapper. The Frenchman proved a most amiable character. He and Rolf took to each other greatly, and when they shook hands at parting, it was in the hope of an early and happier meeting. Francois Lacolle turned bravely for the 90-mile tramp over the snow to his home, while Rolf went south with the furs that were to prove a most profitable investment, shaping his life in several ways, and indirectly indeed of saving it on one occasion. Chapter 68. War. 1812 had passed away. President Madison, driven by wrongs to his countrymen and indignities that no nation should meekly accept, had in the midsummer declared war on Great Britain. Unfitted to cope with the situation and surrounded by unfit counselors, his little army of heroic men led by unfit commanders had suffered one reverse after another. The loss of Fort Mackinac, Chicago, Detroit, Brownstown, and the total destruction of the American army that attacked Queenstown were but poorly offset by the victory at Niagara and the successful defense of Ogdensburg. Rolf and Cornab had repaired to Albany as arranged, but they left it as United States Scouts, not his guides to the four young sportsmen who wished to hark back to the primitive. Their first commission had been the bearing of dispatches to Plattsburgh. With a selected light canoe and a minimum of baggage, they reached Ticonderoga in 2 days, and there renewed their acquaintance with General Hampton, who was fussing about and digging useless entrenchments as though he expected a mighty siege. Rolf was called before him to receive other dispatches for Colonel Pike at Plattsburgh. He got the papers and learned their destination, then immediately made a sad mistake. "Excuse me, sir," he began. "If I meet with young man," said the general severely, "I don't want any of your ifs or buts. Your orders are go. How and if are matters for you to find out. That's what you are paid for." Rolf bowed. His cheeks were tingling. He was very angry at what he thought a most uncalled for rebuke, but he got over it, and he never forgot the lesson. It was Sis Sylvan that put it into rememberable form. A fool horse can follow a turnpike, but it takes a man with wits to climb, swim, boat, skate, run, hide, go it blind, pick a lock, take the long way round when it's the short way across, run away at the right time, or fight when it's wise all in one afternoon. Rolf set out for the north, carrying a bombastic, meant-to-be reassuring message from Hampton that he would annihilate any enemy who dared to desecrate the waters of the lake. It was on this trip that Rolf learned from Cornab the details of the latter's visit to his people on the St. Regis. Apparently the joy of meeting a few of his own kin, with whom he could talk his own language, was offset by meeting with a large number of his ancient enemies, the Mohawks. There had been much discussion of the possible war between the British and the Yankees. The Mohawks announced their intention to fight for the British, which was a sufficient reason for Quanab as a Sanawa remaining with the Americans. And when he left the St. Regis Reserve, the Indian was without any desire to re-enter it. At Plattsburgh, Rolf and Quanab met with another Albany acquaintance in General Wilkinson, and from him received dispatches which they brought back to Albany, having covered the whole distance in 8 days. When 1812 was gone, Rolf had done little but carry dispatches up and down Lake Champlain. Next season found the Americans still under command of Generals Wilkinson and Hampton, whose utter incompetence was becoming daily more evident. The year 1813 saw Rolf, 18 years old and 6 feet 1 in his socks, a trained scout and dispatch bearer. By a flying trip on snowshoes in January he took letters from General Hampton at Ticonderoga to Sackett's Harbor and back in 8 days, nearly 300 miles. It made him famous as a runner, but the tidings that he brought were sad. Through him they learned in detail of the total defeat and capture of the American army at Frenchtown. After a brief rest, he was sent across country on snowshoes to bear a reassuring message to Ogdensburg. The weather was much colder now, and the single blanket bed was dangerously slight. So Flying Kittering, as they named him, took a toboggan and secured Conap as his running mate. Skookum was given into safekeeping. Blankets, pots, cups, food, guns, and dispatches were strapped on the toboggan, and they sped away at dawn from Ticonderoga on the 18th of February, 1813, headed northwestward, guided by little but the compass. 30 miles that day they made in spite of piercing blasts and driving snow. But with the night there began a terrible storm, with winds of 0 chill. The air was filled with stinging, cutting snow. When they rose at daylight, they were nearly buried in drifts, although their camp was in a dense, sheltered thicket. Guided wholly by the compass they traveled again, but blinded by the whirling white they stumbled and blundered into endless difficulties and made but poor headway. After dragging the toboggan for 3 hours, taking turns at breaking the way, they were changing places when Rolf noticed a large gray patch on Quanneb's cheek and nose. "Quanneb, your face is frozen," he said. "So is yours," was the reply. Now they turned aside, followed a hollow until they reached a spruce grove where they camped and took an observation, to learn that the compass and they held widely different views about the direction of travel. It was obviously useless to face the storm. They rubbed out their frozen features with dry snow and rested by the fire. No good scout seeks for hardship. He avoids the unnecessary trial of strength and saves himself for the unavoidable. With 0 weather about them and 24 hours to wait in the storm, the scouts set about making themselves thoroughly comfortable. With their snowshoes, they dug away the snow in a circle a dozen feet across, piling it up on the outside so as to make that as high as possible. When they were down to the ground, the wall of snow around them was 5 feet high. Now they went forth with the hatchets, cut many small spruces, and piled them against the living spruces about the camp till there was a dense mass of evergreen foliage 10 feet high around them, open only at the top, where was a space 5 feet across. With abundance of dry spruce wood, a thick bed of balsam boughs, and plenty of blankets, they were in what most woodmen consider comfort complete. They had nothing to do now but wait. Quanneb sat placidly smoking. Rolf was sewing a rent in his coat. The storm hissed, and the wind-driven ice needles rattled through the trees to vary the crackle of the fire with a siss as they fell on the embers. The low monotony of sound was lulling in its evenness when a faint crunch of a foot on the snow was heard. Rolf reached for his gun. The fir tree screen was shaken a little, and a minute later there bounded in upon them the snow-covered form of little dog Skookum, expressing his goodwill by excessive sign-talk in which every limb and member had a part. They had left him behind, indeed, but not with his consent, so the bargain was incomplete. There was no need to ask now, "What shall we do with him?" Skookum had settled that, and why or how he never attempted to explain. He was wise who made it law that, as was his share who went forth to battle, so shall his be that abode with the stuff, for the hardest of all is the waiting. In the morning there was less doing in the elemental strife. There were even occasional periods of calm, and at length it grew so light that surely the veil was breaking. Quanneb returned from a brief reconnoiter to say, "Ugh, good going." The clouds were broken and flying, the sun came out at times, but the wind was high, the cold intense, and the snow still drifting. Poor Skookum had it harder than the men, for they wore snowshoes. But he kept his troubles to himself and bravely trudged along behind. Had he been capable of such reflection, he might have said, "What delightful weather! It keeps the fleas so quiet." That day there was little to note but the intense cold, and again both men had their cheeks frostbitten on the north side. A nook under an overhanging rock gave a good camp that night. Next day the bad weather resumed, but, anxious to push on, they faced it, guided chiefly by the wind. It was northwest, and as long as they felt this fierce burning cold mercilessly gnawing on their hapless tender right cheekbones, they knew they were keeping their proper main course. They were glad indeed to rest at dusk and thaw their frozen faces. Next day at dawn they were off. At first it was calm, but the surging of the snow waves soon began again, and the air was filled with the spray of their lashing till it was hard to see 50 yards in any direction. They were making very bad time. The fourth day should have brought them to Ogdensburg, but they were still far off. How far they could only guess, for they had not come across a house or a settler. Chapter 69. Ogdensburg. The same blizzard was raging on the next day when Skookum gave unequivocal sign talk that he smelled something. It is always well to find out what stirs your dog. Quandub looked hard at Skookum. That sagacious mongrel was sniffing vigorously, up in the air, not on the ground. His mane was not bristling, and the patch of dark hair that every gray or yellow dog has at the base of his tail was not lifted. He smells smoke, was the Indian's quick diagnosis. Rolf pointed up the wind and made the sign talk query. Quandub nodded. It was their obvious duty to find out who was their smoky neighbor. They were now not so far from the St. Lawrence. There was a small chance of the smoke being from a party of the enemy. There was a large chance of it being from friends, and the largest chance was that it came from some settler's cabin where they could get necessary guidance. They turned aside. The wind now, instead of on the right cheek, was square in their faces. Rolf went forward, increasing his pace till he was as far ahead as was possible without being out of sight. After a mile their way led downward. The timber was thicker, the wind less, and the air no more befogged with flying snow. Rolf came to a long, deep trench that wound among the trees. The snow at the bottom of it was very hard. This was what he expected. The trail muffled under new soft snow, but still a fresh trail and leading to the camp that Skookum had winded. He turned and made the sign for them to halt and wait, then strode cautiously along the winding guide line. In 20 minutes the indications of a settlement increased, and the scout at length was peering from the woods across the open down to a broad stream on whose bank was a sawmill with the usual wilderness of ramshackle shanties, sheds, and lumber piles about. There was no work going on, which was a puzzle till Rolf remembered it was Sunday. He went boldly up and asked for the boss. His whole appearance was that of a hunter, and as such the boss received him. He was coming through from the other side and had missed his way in the storm, he explained. "What are you by trade?" "A trapper." "Where are you bound now?" "Well, I'll head for the nearest big settlement, whatever that is. It's just above an even thing between Alexandria Bay and Ogdensburg." So Rolf inquired fully about the trail to Alexandria Bay that he did not want to go to. Why should he be so careful? The mill owner was clearly a good American, but the scout had no right to let any outsider know his business. This mill owner might be safe, but he might be unwise and blab to someone who was not all right. Then in a casual way he learned that this was the Oswegatchie River, and 30 miles down he would find the town of Ogdensburg. No great recent events did he hear of, but evidently the British troops across the river were only awaiting the springtime before taking offensive measures. For the looks of it, Rolf bought some tea and pork, but the hospitable millman refused to take payment. And, leaving in the direction of Alexandria Bay, Rolf presently circled back and rejoined his friends in the woods. A long detour took them past the mill. It was too cold for outdoor idling. Every window was curtained with frost, and not a soul saw them as they tramped along past the place and down to continue on the ice of the Oswegatchie. Pounded by the ceaseless wind, the snow on the ice was harder, travel was easier, and the same tireless blizzard wiped out the trail as soon as it was behind them. Crooked is the river trail, but good the footing, and good time was made. When there was a north reach, the snow was extra hard, or the ice clear, and the scouts slipped off their snowshoes and trotted at a good 6-mile gait. 3 times they halted for tea and rest, but the fact that they were the bearers of precious dispatches, the bringers of inspiring good news, and their goal ever nearer, spurred them on and on. It was 10 o'clock that morning when they left the mill, some 30 miles from Ogdensburg. It was now near sundown, but still they figured that by an effort they could reach the goal that night. It was their best day's travel, but they were nerved to it by the sense of triumph as they trotted, and the prospective joy of marching up to the commandant and handing over the eagerly looked-for, reassuring documents gave them new strength and ambition. Yes, they must push on at any price that night. Day was over now. Rolf was leading at a steady trot. In his hand he held the long trace of his toboggan. 10 feet behind was Quonab with the short trace, while Skookum trotted before, beside, or behind, as was dictated by his general sense of responsibility. It was quite dark now. There was no moon. The wooded shore was black. Their only guide was the broad, wide reach of the river, sometimes swept bare of snow by the wind, but good traveling at all times. They were trotting and walking in spells, going 5 miles an hour. Quonab was suffering, but Rolf was young and eager to finish. They rounded another reach. They were now on the last big bend. They were reeling off the miles. Only 10 more, and Rolf was so stirred that, instead of dropping to the usual walk-on signal at the next 100-yard spell, he added to his trot. Quonab, taken unawares, slipped and lost his hold of the trace. Rolf shot ahead, and a moment later there was the crash of a breaking air-hole, and Rolf went through the ice, clutched at the broken edge and disappeared, while the toboggan was dragged to the hole. Quonab sprung to his feet, and then to the lower side of the hole. The toboggan had swung to the same place, and the long trace was tight. Without a moment's delay the Indian hauled at it steadily, heavily, and in a few seconds the head of his companion reappeared. Still clutching that long trace, he was safely dragged from the ice-cold flood, blowing and gasping, shivering and sopping, but otherwise unhurt. Now here a new danger presented itself. The zero wind would soon turn his clothes to boards. They stiffened in a few minutes, and the Indian knew that. Frozen hands and feet were all too easy in frozen clothes. He made at once for the shore and, seeking the heart of a spruce thicket, lost no time in building 2 roaring fires between which Rolf stood, while the Indian made the bed, in which, as soon as he could be stripped, the lad was glad to hide. Warm tea and warm blankets made him warm, but it would take an hour or 2 to dry his clothes. There is nothing more damaging than drying them too quickly. Quonab made racks of poles and spent the next 2 hours in regulating the fire, watching the clothes and working the moccasins. It was midnight when they were ready, and any question of going on at once was settled by Quonab. "Ogdensburg is under arms," he said. "It is not wise to approach by night." At 6 in the morning they were once more going, stiff with travel, sore-footed, face frozen, and chafed by delay, but swift and keen, trotting and walking. They went. They passed several settlements, but avoided them. At 7:30 they had a distant glimpse of Ogdensburg and heard the inspiring roll of drums, and a few minutes later from the top of a hill they had a complete view of the heroic little town, to see, yes, plainly enough, that the British flag was flying from the flagpole. Chapter 70. Saving the Dispatches. Oh, the sickening shock of it! Rolf did not know till now how tired he was, how eager to deliver the heartening message and to relax a little from the strain. He felt weak through and through. There could be no doubt that a disaster had befallen his country's arms. His first care was to get out of sight with his sled and those precious dispatches. Now what should he do? Nothing till he had fuller information. He sent Quona back with the sled, instructing him to go to a certain place 2 miles off, there camp out of sight and wait. Then he went in alone. Again and again he was stung by the thought, if I had come sooner, they might have held out. A number of teams gathered at the largest of a group of houses on the bank, suggested a tavern. He went in and found many men sitting down to breakfast. He had no need to ask questions. It was the talk of the table. Ogdensburg had been captured the day before. The story is well known. Colonel MacDonald with his Glengarry Highlanders at Prescott went to drill daily on the ice of the St. Lawrence opposite Ogdensburg. Sometimes they marched past just out of range. Sometimes they charged and wheeled before coming too near. The few Americans that held the place watched these harmless exercises and often cheered some clever mansevera. They felt quite safe behind their fortification. By an unwritten agreement, both parties refrained from firing random shots at each other. There was little to suggest enemies entrenched. Indeed, many men in each party had friends in the other, and the British had several times trotted past within easy range, without provoking a shot. On February 22nd, the day when Rolf and Quanab struck the Oswegatchie, the British colonel directed his men as usual, swinging them ever nearer the American fort, and then, at the nearest point, executed a very pretty charge. The Americans watched it as it neared, but instead of wheeling at the brink, the little army scrambled up with merry shouts, and before the garrison could realize that this was war, they were overpowered and Ogdensburg was taken. The American commander was captured. Captain Forsyth, the second in command, had been off on a snowshoe trip, so had escaped. All the rest were prisoners, and what to do with the dispatches or how to get official instructions was now a deep problem. When you don't know a thing to do, don't do a thing, was one of Cecil Vaughan's axioms. Also, in case of doubt, lay low and say nothing. Rolf hung around the town all day waiting for light. About noon, a tall, straight, alert man in a buffalo coat drove up with a cutter. He had a hasty meal in an inside room. Rolf sized him up for an American officer, but there was a possibility of his being a Canadian. Rolf tried in vain to get light on him, but the inner door was kept closed. The landlord was evidently in the secret. When he came out, he was again swaddled in the buffalo coat. Rolf brushed past him here. Was something hard and long in the right pocket of the big coat. The landlord, the guest, and the driver had a whispered conference. Rolf went as near as he dared, but got only a searching look. The driver spoke to another driver, and Rolf heard the words, Black Lake. Yes, that was what he suspected. Black Lake was on the inland sleigh route to Alexandria Bay and Sackett's Harbor. The driver, a fresh young fellow, was evidently interested in the landlord's daughter. The stranger was talking with the landlord. As soon as they had parted, Rolf went to the latter and remarked quietly, "The captain is in a hurry." The only reply was a cold look and, "Guess that's his business." So it was the captain. The driver's mitts were on the line back of the stove. Rolf shook them so that they fell in a dark corner. The driver missed his mitts and, glad of a chance, went back in, leaving the officer alone. "Captain Forsyth," whispered Rolf, "don't go." "Till I have talked with you. I'll meet you a mile down the road." "Who are you and what do you want?" was the curt and hostile reply, evidently admitting the identification correct, however. Rolf opened his coat and showed his scout badge. "Why not talk now? If you have any news, come inside." So the two went to the inner room. "Who is this?" asked Rolf cautiously as the landlord came in. "He's all right. This is Titus Flack, the landlord." "How am I to know that?" "Haven't you heard him called by name all day?" said the captain. Flack smiled, went out and returned with his license to sell liquor and his commission as a magistrate of New York State. The latter bore his own signature. He took a pen and reproduced it. Now the captain threw back his overcoat and stood in the full uniform of an army officer. He opened his satchel and took out a paper, but Rolf caught sight of another packet addressed to General Hampton. The small one was merely a map. "I think that packet in there is meant for me," remarked Rolf. "We haven't seen your credentials yet," said the officer. "I have them 2 miles back there," and Rolf pointed to the woods. "Let's go," said the captain, and they arose. Kittering had a way of inspiring confidence, but in the short, silent ride of 2 miles, the captain began to have his doubts. The scout badge might have been stolen. Canadians often pass for Americans, etc. At length they stopped the sleigh, and Rolf led into the woods. Before 100 yards the officer said, "Stop," and Rolf stopped to find a pistol pointed at his head. "Now, young fellow, you've played it pretty slick, and I don't." Know yet what to make of it, but I know this: at the very first sign of treachery, I'll blow your brains out anyway. It gave Rolf a jolt. This was the first time he had looked down a pistol barrel leveled at him. He used to think a pistol a little thing, an inch through and a foot long, but he found now it seemed as big as a flour barrel and long enough to reach eternity. He changed color, but quickly recovered, smiled and said, "Don't worry, in 5 minutes you will know it's all right." Very soon a sharp bark was heard in challenge, and the two stepped into camp to meet Quaniv and little dog Skookum. "Doesn't look much like a trap," thought the captain after he had cast his eyes about and made sure that no other person was in the camp. Then aloud, "Now what have you to show me?" "Excuse me, Captain, but how am I to know you are Captain Forsyth?" "It is." "Possible for a couple of spies to give all the proof you two gave me." The captain opened his bag and showed first his instructions given before he left Ogdensburg 4 days ago. He bared his arm and showed a tattooed U.S. AA, a relic of academy days, then his linen-marked JF and a signet ring with similar initials, and last the great packet of papers addressed to General Hampton. Then he said, "When you hand over your dispatches to me, I will give mine to you, and we shall have good guarantee each of the other." Rolf rose, produced his bundle of papers, and exchanged them for those held by Forsyth. Each felt that the other was safe. They soon grew friendly, and Rolf heard of some stirring doings on the lake and preparations for a great campaign in the spring. After half an hour the tall, handsome captain left them and strode away, a picture of manly vigor. 3 hours later they were preparing their evening meal when Skookum gave notice of a stranger approaching. This was time of war. Rolf held his rifle ready, and a moment later in burst the young man who had been Captain Forsyth's driver. His face was white. Blood dripped from his left arm, and in his other hand was the dispatch bag. He glanced keenly at Rolf. "Are you General Hampton's scout?" Rolf nodded and showed the badge on his breast. "Captain Forsyth sent this back," he gasped. His last words were, "Burn the dispatches rather than let the British get them." They got him a foraging party. There was a spy at the hotel. "I got away, but my tracks are easy to follow unless it drifts. Don't wait." Poor boy, his arm was broken, but he carried out the dead officer's command, then left them to seek for relief in the settlement. Night was near, but Rolf broke camp at once and started eastward with the double packet. He did not know it then, but learned afterward that these dispatches made clear the weakness of Oswego, Rochester, and Sackett's Harbor, their urgent need of help, and gave the whole plan for an American counterattack on Montreal. But he knew they were valuable, and they must at once be taken to General Hampton. It was rough, hard going in the thick woods and swamps away from the river, for he did not dare take the ice route now, but they pushed on for 3 hours, then, in the gloom, made a miserable camp in a cedar swamp. At dawn they were off again. To their disgust, the weather now was dead calm. There was no drift to hide their tracks. The trail was as plain as a highway wherever they went. They came to a beaten road, followed that for half a mile, then struck off on the true line. But they had no idea that they were followed until, after an hour of travel, the sun came up and on a far distant slope, full 2 miles away, they saw a thin black line of many spots, at least a dozen British. Soldiers in pursuit. The enemy was on snowshoes and without baggage evidently, for they traveled fast. Rolf and Quonaud, burdened with the sled, were making a losing race. But they pushed on as fast as possible, toiling and sweating at that precious load. Rolf was pondering whether the time had not yet come to stop and burn the packet, when glancing back from a high ridge that gave an outlook, he glimpsed a row of heads that dropped behind some rocks half a mile away, and a scheme came into his mind. He marched boldly across the 20-feet opening that was in the enemy's view, dropped behind the spruce thickets, called Quonaud to follow, ran around the thicket, and again crossed the open view. So he and Quonaud continued for 5 minutes, as fast as they could go, knowing perfectly well that they were watched. Round and round that bush they went, sometimes close together, carrying the guns, sometimes dragging the sled, sometimes with blankets on their shoulders, sometimes with a short bag or even a large cake of rice. Snow on their backs. They did everything they could to vary the scene, and before 5 minutes, the British officer in charge had counted 56 armed Americans marching in single file up the bank with ample stores, accompanied by 5 yellow dogs. Had Skookum been allowed to carry out his ideas, there would have been 50 or 60 yellow dogs, so thoroughly did he enter into the spirit of the game. The track gave no hint of such a troop, but of course not. How could it, since the toboggan left all smooth after they had passed? Or maybe this was a reinforcement arriving. What could he do with his 10 men against 50 of the enemy? He thanked his stars that he had so cleverly evaded the trap, and without further attempt to gauge the enemy's strength, he turned and made all possible haste back to the shelter of Ogdensburg. Chapter 71. Sackett's Harbor. It was hours before Rolf was sure that he had stopped the pursuit, and the thing that finally set his mind at rest was the rising wind that soon was a raging and drifting snowstorm. "Oh, blessed storm," he said in his heart, as he marked all trail disappear within a few seconds of its being made. And he thought, how I cursed the wind that held me back really from being made prisoner. How vexed I was at that ducking in the river that really saved my dispatches from the enemy. How thankful I am now for the storm that a little while back seemed so bitterly cruel. That forenoon they struck the big bend of the river and now did not hesitate to use the easy travel on the ice as far as Rensselaer Falls, where, having got their bearings from a settler, they struck across the country through the storm, and that night were encamped some 40 miles from Ogdensburg. Marvelously few signs of game had they seen in this hard trip. Everything that could hide away was avoiding the weather. But in a cedar-bottom land near Cranberry Lake, they found a yard that seemed to be the winter home of hundreds of deer. It extended 2 or 3 miles one way, a half a mile the other. In spite of the deep snow, this was nearly all in beaten paths. The scouts saw at least 50 deer in going through, so of course had no difficulty in selecting a young buck for table use. The going from there on was of little interest. It was the same old daily battle with the frost, but less rigorous than before, for now the cold winds were behind, and on the 27th of February, 9 days after leaving, they trotted into Ticonderoga and reported at the commandant's headquarters. The general was still digging entrenchments and threatening to annihilate all Canada, but the contents of the dispatches gave him new topics for thought and speech. The part he must play in the proposed descent on Montreal was flattering, but it made the Ticonderoga entrenchments ridiculous. For 3 days Rolf was kept cutting wood, then he went with dispatches to Albany. Many minor labors, from hog killing to stable cleaning and trenching, varied the month of March. Then came the uncertain time of April, when it was neither canoeing nor snowshoeing, and all communication from the north was cut off. But May, great, glorious May, came on, with its inspiring airs and livening influence. Canoes were afloat, the woods were brown beneath and gold above. Rolf felt like a young stag in his strength. He was spoiling for a run and volunteered eagerly to carry dispatches to Sackett's Harbor. He would go alone, for now 1 blanket was sufficient bed and a couple of pounds of dry meat was enough food for each day. A small hatchet would be useful, but his rifle seemed too heavy to carry. As he halted in doubt, a junior officer offered him a pistol instead, and he gladly stuck it in his belt. Taller than ever, considerably over 6 feet now, somewhat lanky but supple of joint and square of shoulder, he strode with the easy stride of a strong traveler. His color was up, his blue-gray eyes ablaze, as he took the long trail in a crow line across country for Sackett's Harbor. The sentry saluted, and the officer of the day, struck by his figure and his glowing face as much as by the nature of his errand, stopped to shake hands and say, "Well, good luck, Kittering, and may you bring us better news than the last 2 times." Rolf knew how to travel now. He began softly. At a long, easy stride he went for half an hour, then at a swinging trot for a mile or 2. 5 miles an hour he could make, but there was one great obstacle to speed. At this season, every stream was at flood. All were difficult to cross. The brooks he could wade, or sometimes could fell a tree across them, but the rivers were too wide to bridge, too cold and dangerous to swim. In nearly every case he had to make a raft. A good scout takes no chances. A slight raft means a risky passage, a good one, a safe crossing, but loss of time in preparations. 15 good rafts did Rolf make in that cross-country journey of 3 days. Dry spruce logs he found each time and bound them together with leather wood and withes of willow. It meant a delay of at least an hour each time, that is 5 hours each day. But the time was wisely spent. The days were lengthening. He could travel much at dusk. Soon he was among settlements. Rumors he got at a settler's cabin of Sir George Prevost's attack on Sackett's Harbor and the gallant repulse, and at morning of the 4th day he came on the hill above Sackett's Harbor, the same hill where he had stood 3 months before. It was with something like a clutching of his breath that he gazed. His past experiences suggested dreadful thoughts. But no, thank God, Old Glory floated from the pole. He identified himself to the sentinels, and the guard entered the fort at a trot and reported at headquarters. There was joy on every side. At last the tide had turned. Commodore Chauncey, after sweeping Lake Ontario, had made a sudden descent on York Toronto, now the capital of Upper Canada, had seized and destroyed it. Sir George Prevost, taking advantage of Chauncey's being away, had attacked Sackett's Harbor, But, in spite of the absence of the fleet, the resistance had been so vigorous that in a few days the siege was abandoned. There were shot holes in walls and roofs. There were a few wounded in the hospital. The green embankments were torn and the flagpoles splintered. But the enemy was gone. The starry flag was floating on the wind, and the sturdy little garrison filled with a spirit that grows only in heroes fighting for their homes. How joyfully different from Ogdensburg! Chapter 72, Scouting, Across Country. That very night, Rolf turned again with the latest news and the commandant's reports. He was learning the country well now, and with the wonderful place memory of a woodman, he was able to follow his exact back trail. It might not have been the best way, but it gave him this advantage in nearly every case: he was able to use again the raft he had made in coming, and thereby saved many hours of precious time. On the way out, he had seen a good many deer and one bear, and had heard the howling of wolves every night, but always at a distance. On the second night, in the very heart of the wilderness, the wolves were noisy and seemed very near. Rolf was camping in the darkness. He made a small fire with such stuff as he could find by groping. Then, when the fire blazed, he discovered by its light a dead spruce some 20 yards away. Taking his hatchet, he went toward this. And as he did so, a wolf rose up, with its 4 feet on a log, only 5 yards beyond the tree, and gazed curiously at him. Others were heard calling. Presently this wolf raised its muzzle and uttered a long, smooth howl. Rolf had left his pistol back at the fire. He dared not throw his hatchet, as that would have left him unarmed. He stooped, picked up a stick, and threw that. The wolf ducked so that it passed over, then, stepping back from the log, stood gazing without obvious fear or menace. The others were howling. Rolf felt afraid. He backed cautiously to the fire, got his pistol, and came again to the place, but nothing more did he see of the wolf, though he heard them all night and kept up 2 great fires for a protection. In the morning he started as usual, and before half an hour he was aware of a wolf, and later of 2 trotting along his trail, a few hundred yards behind. They did not try to overtake him. Indeed, when he stopped, they did the same, and when he trotted, they, true to their dog-like nature, ran more rapidly in pursuit. How Rolf did wish for his long rifle! But they gave no opportunity for a shot with the pistol. They acted, indeed, as though they knew their safe distance and the exact range of the junior gun. The scout made a trap for them by stealing back after he had crossed a ridge and hiding near his own trail. But the wind conveyed a warning, and the wolves merely sat down and waited till he came out and went on. All day long these 2 strange band dogs followed him and gave no sign of hunger or malice. Then, after he crossed a river, at 3 in the afternoon, he saw no more of them. Years after, when Rolf knew them better, he believed they followed him out of mild curiosity, or possibly in the hope that he would kill a deer in which they might share. And when they left him, it was because they were near the edge of their own home region. They had seen him off their hunting grounds. That night he camped 60 miles from Ticonderoga, but he was resolved to cover the distance in 1 day. Had he not promised to be back in a week? The older hands had shaken their heads incredulously, and he, in the pride of his legs, was determined to be as good as his promise. He scarcely dared sleep lest he should oversleep. At 10 he lay down. At 11 the moon was due to rise. As soon as that was 3 hours high, there would be light enough, and he proposed to go on. At least half a dozen times he woke with a start, fearing he had overslept, but reassured by a glance at the low-hung moon, he had slumbered again. At last the moon was 4 hours high, and the woods were plain in the soft light. A horned owl hoo-hooed, and a far-off wolf uttered a drawn-out, soft, melancholy cry as Rolf finished his dried meat, tightened his belt, and set out on a long, hard run that, in the days of Greece, would have furnished the theme of many a noble epic poem. No need to consult his compass. The blazing lamp of the dark sky was his guide. Straight east his course, varied a little by hills and lakes, but nearly the crow flight line. At first his pace was a steady, swinging stride. Then after a mile he came to an open lake shore down which he went at a 6-mile trot, and then an alder thicket through which his progress was very slow. But that soon passed, and for half a mile he splashed through swamps with water a foot deep, nor was he surprised at length to see it open into a little lake with a dozen beaver huts in view. Splash, prong, their builders went at his approach, but he made for the hillside. The woods were open, the moonlight brilliant now, and here he trotted at full swing as long as the way was level or down, but always walked on the uphill. A sudden noise ahead was followed by a tremendous crashing and crackling of the brush. For a moment it continued, and what it meant Rolf never knew or guessed. Trot, trot, he went, reeling off 6 miles in the open, 2 or perhaps 3 in the thickets, but on and on, ever eastward, hill after hill, swamp after swamp, he crossed. Lake after lake he skirted round, and, when he reached some little stream, he sought a log bridge or prodded with a pole till he found a ford and crossed, then ran a mile or 2 to make up loss of time. Tramp, 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 and his steady breath and his steady heart kept unremitting rhythm. Chapter 73. Rolf makes a record. 12 miles were gone when the foreglow the first cold dawn light showed, and shining across his path ahead was a mighty rolling stream. Guided by the now familiar form of Goodnoe Peak, he made for this, the Hudson's lordly flood. There was his raft securely held, with paddle and pole nearby, and he pushed off with all the force of his young vigor, jumping and careening with the stream in its freshet flood. The raft and its hardy pilot were served with many a whirl and some round spins, but the long pole found bottom nearly everywhere, and not 10 minutes passed before the traveler sprang ashore, tied up his craft, then swung and tramped and swung over the hills of Vanderwacker, under the woods of Boreas, tramp, tramp, splash, tramp, ringing and sopping, but strong and hot, tramp, 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 tramp. The partridge whirred from his path, the gray deer snorted, and the panther sneaked aside. Tramp, tramp, trot, trot, and the Washburn Ridge was blue against the sunrise. Trot, trot, over the low, level, mile-long slope he went. And when the day god burnt the upper hill rim, he was by Brown Tahawa's flood and had covered 18 miles. By the stream he stopped to drink. A partridge cock, in the pride of spring, strutted arrogantly on a log. Rolf drew his pistol, fired, then hung the headless body while he made a capper's blaze. An oatcake, the partridge, and river water were his meal. His impulse was to go on at once. His reason said, "Go slow." So he waited for 15 minutes, then again, beginning with a slow walk, ere long added to his pace. In half an hour he was striding, and in an hour the steady trot, trot that slackened only for the hills or swamps. In an hour more he was on the Washburn Ridge, and far away in the east saw Shroon Lake that empties in the river Shrooney, and as he strode along, exulting in his strength, he sang in his heart for joy. Again a gray wolf cantered on his trail, and the runner laughed, without a thought of fear. He seemed to know the creature better now, knew it as a brother, for it gave no hostile sound, but only seemed to trot for the small joy of running with a runner, as a swallow or an antelope will skim along by a speeding train. For an hour or more it matched his pace, then left as though its pleasant stroll was done, and Rolf kept on and on and on. The spring sun soared on high, the day grew warm at noon. Shrewd River just above the lake was in his path, and here he stopped to rest. Here, with the last of his oatcake and a little tea, he made his final meal. 38 miles had he covered since he rose. His clothes were torn, his moccasins worn, but his legs were strong, his purpose sure. Only 22 miles now, and his duty would be done. His honors won. What should he do? Push on at once? No, he meant to rest an hour. He made a good fire by a little pool, and using a great mass of caribou moss as a sponge, he had a thorough rub down. He got out his ever-ready needle and put his moccasins in good shape. He dried his clothes and lay on his back till the hour was nearly gone. Then he girded himself for this the final run. He was weary indeed, but he was far from spent, and the iron will that had. Yearly grown in force was there with its unconquerable support. Slowly at start, soon striding, and at last in the famous jog-trot of the scout he went. The sky was blackened with clouds at length, and the jealous, howling east wind rolled up in rain. The spindrift blurred the way, the heavy showers of spring came down and drenched him. But his pack was safe, and he trotted on and on. Then long, deep swamps of alder barred his path, and, guided only by the compass, Rolf pushed in and through and ever east. Barely a mile an hour in the thickest part he made, but lagged not. Drenched and footsore, warm and torn, but doggedly, steadily on. At 3 he had made a scant 7 miles. Then the level, open wood of Thunderbolt was reached, and his stride became a run. Trot, 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 at 6-mile gait. For but 15 miles remained. Sustained, inspired, the bringer of good news, he halted not and faltered not, but on and on. Tramp, 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 endless, tireless, hour by hour. At 5 he was on. Thunder Creek, scarce 8 miles more to the goal. His limbs were sore, his feet were sore, bone-tired was he, but his heart was filled with joy. News of battle, news of victory he was bringing, and the thought lent strength. The 5 miles passed, the way was plain, with good roads now, but the runner was so weary. He was striding, his running was done. The sun was low in the west, his feet were bleeding. The courier was brain-worn and leg-worn, but he strode and strode. He passed by homes, but heeded them not. "Come in and rest," called one who saw nothing but a weary traveler. Rolf shook his head, but gave no word and strode along. A mile a short mile now, he must hold out. If he sat down he feared he could not rise. He came at last in sight of the fort. Then, gathering all his force, he broke into a trot, weak, so weak that had he fallen, he could scarcely have got up, and slow, but faster than a walk, and so, as the red sun sank, he passed the gate. He had no right to give tidings to any. But the general, yet they read it in his eyes. The guard broke into a cheer, and trotting still, though reeling, Rolf had kept his word, had made his run, had brought the news, and had safely reached his goal. Chapter 74, Van Trumpers Again. Why should the scout bringing good news be differently received from the one that brings the ill? He did not make the news. He simply did his duty. The same in both cases. He is merely the telegraph instrument, yet it is so ever. King Pharaoh slew the bearer of ill tidings. That was human nature. And General Hampton brought in the tall stripling to his table to honor him, to get the fullest details, to glory in every item, as though it all were due to himself. Rolf's wonderful journey was dilated on, and in the reports to Albany he was honorably mentioned for exceptionally meritorious service as a bearer of dispatches. For 3 days, Flying Kittering was hero of the post. Then other runners came with other news, and life went on. Hitherto the scouts had worn no uniform, but the execution of one of their number, who was captured by the British and treated as a spy, resulted in orders that all be formally enlisted and put in uniform. Not a few withdrew from the service. Some, like Quonub, reluctantly consented, but Rolf was developing the fighting spirit and was proud to wear the colors. The drill was tedious enough, but it was of short duration for him. Dispatches were to go to Albany. The general, partly to honor Rolf, selected him. "Are you ready for another run, Kittering?" "Yes, sir." "Then prepare to start as soon as possible for Fort George and Albany. Do you want a mate?" "I should like a paddler as far as Fort George." "Well, pick your man." Quonub. And when they set out, for the first time Rolf was in the stern, the post of guidance and command. So once more the two were traveling again with Skookum in the bow. It was afternoon when they started, and the 4-mile passage of the creek was slow, but down the long, glorious vista of the noble George they went at full canoe flight, 5 miles an hour, and 25 miles of the great fairway were reeled and passed when they lighted their nightly fire. At dawn, cry of the hawk, they sped away, and in spite of a rising wind, they made 6 miles in 2 hours. As they approached the familiar landing of Van Trumper's farm, Skookum began to show a most zestful interest that recalled the blackened pages of his past. Quonub. Better use that, and Rolf handed a line, with which Skookum was secured, and thus led to make a new record, for this was the first time in his life that he landed at Van Trumper's without sacrificing a chicken in honor of the joyful occasion. They entered the house as the family were sitting down to breakfast. "Mein Himmel, mein Himmel, it is Rolf and Quonub, and beer is dot tam dog, Marta, veer is de chickens, Vi, Rolf, you bin now a giant, ja, mein Gott, it is I am glad. I did tink, der cannibals you had eat, is it dem Canadian or cannibal? I tink it all one the same, yeah." Marta was actually crying. The little ones were climbing over Rolf's knee, and Annette, tall and 16 now, stood shyly by, awaiting a chance to shake hands. Home is the abiding place of those we love. It may be a castle or a cave, a shanty or a chateau, a moving van, a teepee or a canal boat, a fortress or the shady side of a bush. But it is home, if there indeed we meet the faces that are ever in the heart, and find the hands whose touch conveys the friendly glow. Was there any other? Spot on earth where he could sit by the fire and feel that hereabout are mine own, the people I love? Rolf knew it now. Then Trumpers was his home. Talks of the war, of disasters by land, and of glorious victories on the sea, where England, long the unquestioned mistress of the waves, had been humbled again and again by the dauntless seamen of her western blood. Talks of big doings by the nation, and yet more interesting, small doings by the travelers. And the breakfast passed all too soon. The young scout rose, for he was on duty, but the long rollers on the lake forbade the going forth. Van's was a pleasant place to wait, but he chafed at the delay. His pride would have him make a record on every journey, but wait, he must. Skookum tied safely to his purgatorial post whined indignantly, and with head cocked on one side, picked out the very hen he would like to utilize as soon as released from his temporary embarrassment. Quonab went out on a rock to bum some tobacco and pray for Cone, and Rolf, ever active, followed Van to look over the stock and buildings and hear of minor troubles. The chimney was unaccountably given to smoking this year. Rolf took an axe and with 2 blows cut down a vigorous growth shrubbery that stood above the chimney on the west, and the smoking ceased. Buck Ox had a lame foot and would allow no one even to examine it. But a skillful ox handler easily hobbles an ox, throws him near some small tree, and then, by binding the lame foot to the tree, can have a free hand. It proved a simple matter, a deep-sunk, rusty nail. And when the nail was drawn and the place washed clean with hot brine, kind nature was left in confidence to do the rest. They drifted back to the house now. Thomas met them shouting out a mixture of Dutch and English and holding by the cover Annette's book of The Good Girl. But its rightful owner rescued the precious volume and put it on the shelf. "Have you read it through, Annette?" "Yes," was the reply, for she had learned to read before they left Charleroi. "How do you like it?" "Didn't like it a bit. I like Robinson Crusoe," was the candid reply. The noon hour came, still the white rollers were pounding the shore. "If it does not calm by 1 o'clock, I'll go on afoot." So off he went with the packet, leaving Quonab to follow and await his return at Fort George. In Schuyler Settlement he spent the night, and at noon next day was in Albany. How it stirred his soul to see the busy interest, the marching of men, the sailing of vessels, and above all to hear of more victories on the high seas. What mattered a few frontier defeats in the north, when the arrogant foe that had spurned and insulted them before the world had now been humbled again and again? Young Van Cortlandt was away, but the governor's reception of him reflected the electric atmosphere, the country's pride in her sons. Rolf had a matter of his own to settle. At the bookseller's he asked for and actually secured a copy of the great book Robinson Crusoe. It was with a thrilling feeling of triumph that he wrote Annette's name in it and stowed it in his bag. He left Albany next day in the gray dawn. Thanks to his uniform, he got a 25-mile lift with a traveler who drove a fast team, and the blue water was glinting back the stars when he joined Quonab at Fort George, some 60 miles away. In the calm betwixt our peep and sunup they were afloat. It was a great temptation to stop at Hendrick's for a spell, but breakfast was over. The water was calm, and duty called him. He hallooed, then they drew near enough to hand the zumti. Book ashore. Skookum growled, probably at the hens, and the family waved their aprons as he sped on. 30 miles of lake and 4 miles of Ticonderoga Creek they passed, and the packet was delivered in 4 days and 3 hours since leaving. The general smiled, and his short but amply sufficient praise was merely, "You're a good un." Chapter 75. Scouting in Canada. How true this was the nation was just beginning to learn. The fools in command were already demonstrated, and the summer of 1813 was replete with additional evidence. May, June, and July passed with many journeyings for Rolf, and many times with sad news. The disasters at Stony Creek, Beaver Dam, and Niagara were severe blows to the army on the western frontier. In June, on Lake Champlain, the brave but reckless Lieutenant Sidney Smith had run his 2 sloops into a trap. Thus the Growler and the Eagle were lost to the Americans, and strengthened by that much the British Navy on the lake. Encouraged by these successes, the British north of Lake Champlain, made raid after raid into American territory, destroying what they could not carry off. Rolf and Quonab were sent to scout in that country, and if possible give timely notice of raiders in force. The Americans were averse to employing Indians in warfare. The British entertained no such scruples and had many red-skinned allies. Quonab's case, however, was unusual, since he was guaranteed by his white partner, and now he did good service, for he knew a little French and could prowl among the settlers without anyone suspecting him of being an American scout. Thus he went alone and traveled far. He knew the country nearly to Montreal, and late in July was lurking about Odelltown, when he overheard scattered words of a conversation that made him eager for more. Colonel Murray, 1,200 men, 400 men. Meanwhile, Rolf was hiding in the woods about La Calle Mill. Company after company of soldiers he saw enter until at least 500 were there. When night came down, he decided to risk a scarer approach. He left the woods and walked cautiously across the open lands about. The hay had been cut and most of it drawn in, but there was in the middle of the field a haycock. Rolf was near this when he heard sounds of soldiers from the mill. Soon large numbers came out carrying their blankets. Evidently there was not room for them in the mill, and they were to camp on the field. The scout began to retreat when sounds behind showed that another body of soldiers was approaching from that direction, and he was caught between the two. There was only one place to hide, and that was beneath the haycock. He lifted its edge and crawled under, but it was full of thistles and brambles. Indeed, that was why it was left, and he had the benefit of all the spines about him. His heart beat fast as he heard the clank of arms and the trampling. They came nearer, then the voices became more distinct. He heard unmistakable evidence, too, that both bodies were camping for the night and that he was nearly surrounded. Not knowing what move was best, he kept quiet. The men were talking aloud, then they began preparing their beds, and he heard someone say, "There's a haycock. Bring some of that." A soldier approached to get an armful of the hay, but sputtered out a chapter of malediction as his bare hands touched the masses of thistle and briars. His companions laughed at his mishap. He went to the fire and vowed he'd stick a brand in it, and back he came with a burning stick. Rolf was all ready to make a dash for his life as soon as the cover should take fire, and he peered up into the soldier's face as the latter blew on the brand. But the flame had died, the thistles were not dry, and the fire was a failure. So, growling again, the soldier threw down the smoking stick and went away. As soon as he was safely afar, Rolf gathered a handful of soil and covered the red embers. It was a critical moment, and his waiting alone had saved him. Two soldiers came with their blankets and spread them near. For a time they smoked and talked. One of them was short of tobacco. The other said, "Never mind, we'll get plenty in Plattsburgh," and they guffawed. Then he heard as soon as the colonel and other broken phrases. It was a most difficult place for Rolf. He was tormented with thistles in his face and down his neck. He dared not change his position, and how long he must stay was a problem. He would try to escape when all was still. The nearer soldiers settled to rest now. All was very quiet when Rolf cautiously peeped forth to see two dreadful things. First, a couple of sentries pacing up and down the edges of the camp. Second, a broad, brilliant rising moon. How horrible that lovely orb could be, Rolf never before knew. Now what next? He was trapped in the middle of a military camp, and undoubtedly, La Calle Mill was the rendezvous for some important expedition. He had ample time to think it all over. Unless he could get away before day, he would surely be discovered. His uniform might save his life, but soldiers have an awkward, hasty way of dealing summarily with a spy, then discovering too late that he was in uniform. From time to time he peered forth, but the scene was unchanged: the sleeping regiment, the pacing sentries, the ever-brightening moon. Then the guard was changed, and the sentries relieved selected of all places for their beds, the bank beside the haycock. Again one of them went to help himself to some hay for a couch, and again the comic anger as he discovered it to be a bed of thorns. How thankful Rolf was for those annoying things that pricked his face and neck. He was now hemmed in on every side and, not knowing what to do, did nothing. For a couple of hours he lay still, then actually fell asleep. He was awakened by a faint rustling near his head and peered forth to see a couple of field mice playing about. The moon was very bright now, and the movements of the mice were plain. They were feeding on the seeds of plants in the haycock, and from time to time dashed under the hay. Then they gamboled farther off and were making merry over a pod of wild peas when a light form came skimming noiselessly over the field. There was a flash, a hurried rush, a clutch, a faint squeak, and one of the mice was borne away in the claws of its feathered foe. The survivor scrambled under the hay over Rolf's space and somewhere into hiding. The night passed in many short naps. The bugle sounded at daybreak and the soldiers arose to make breakfast. Again one approached to use a handful of hay for fire kindler, and again the friendly thistles did their part. More and more now his ear caught suggestive words and sounds: Plattsburgh, the Colonel, etc. The breakfast smelt wonderfully captivating. Poor Rolf was famished. The alluring aroma of coffee permeated the haycock. He had his dried meat, but his need was water. He was tormented with thirst, and stiff, and tortured. He was making the hardest fight of his life. It seemed long, though doubtless it was less than half an hour before the meal was finished, and to Rolf's relief there were sounds of marching and the noises were drowned in the distance. By keeping his head covered with hay and slowly raising it, he was safe to take a look around. It was a bright, sunny morning. The haycock, or thistlecock, was one of several that had been rejected. It was a quarter-mile from cover. The soldiers were at work cutting timber and building a stockade around the mill, and, most dreadful to relate, a small dog was prowling about, looking for scraps on the scene of the soldiers' breakfast. If that dog came near his hiding place, he knew the game was up. At such close quarters, you can fool a man, but not a dog. Fortunately, the breakfast tailings proved abundant, and the dog went off to assist a friend of his in making sundry interesting smell analyses along the gateposts of the stockade. Chapter 76. The Duel. This was temporary relief, but left no suggestion of complete escape. He lay there till nearly noon, suffering more and more from the cramped position and thirst, and utterly puzzled as to the next move. When you don't like where ye air, get up without any fuss, and go where you want to be, was what Sylvain once said to him, and it came to Rolf with something like a comic shock. The soldiers were busy in the woods and around the forges. In half an hour it would be noon, and they might come back to eat. Rolf rose without attempting any further concealment, then stopped, made a bundle of the stuff that had sheltered him, and, carrying this on his shoulder, strode boldly across the field toward the woods. His scout uniform was inconspicuous. The scouts on duty at the mill saw only one of themselves taking a bundle of hay round to the stables. He reached the woods absolutely unchallenged. After a few yards in its friendly shade, He dropped the thorny bundle and strode swiftly toward his own camp. He had not gone 100 yards before a voice of French type cried "Halt," and he was face to face with a sentry whose musket was leveled at him. A quick glance interchanged, and each gasped out the other's name. "Francois Lacolle, Rolf Kittering, mon Dieu! I ought to shoot you, Rolf. I cannot, but run, run. I'll shoot over your head," and his kindly eyes filled with tears. Rolf needed no second hint. He ran like a deer, and the musket ball rattled the branches above his shoulders. In a few minutes other soldiers came running, and from Lacolle they heard of the hostile spy in camp. I shoot. I tink, maybe I not hit him, maybe some brute du ray. No, dat netting. There were both runners and trackers in camp. They were like bloodhounds, and they took up the trail of the fugitive. But Rolf was playing his own game now. He was flying Kittering. A crooked trail is hard to follow, and, going at the long stride that had made his success, he left many a crook and turn. Before 2 miles, they gave it up, and the fugitive coming to the river drank a deep and cooling draught, the first he had had that day. 5 miles through is the dense forest that lies between Lacolle and the border. He struck a creek, affluent of the Richelieu River, and followed to its forks, which was the place of rendezvous with Conab. It was evening as he drew near, and after long, attentive listening, he gave the cry of the barred owl. The answer came a repetition of the last line, and a minute later the 2 scouts were together. As they stood, they were startled by a new, sudden answer, an exact repetition of the first call. Rolf had recovered his rifle from its hiding place, and instantly both made ready for some hostile prowler. Then, after a long silence, he gave the final wail line, "Ho-aw," and that in the woods means, "Who are you?" Promptly the reply came, "Wah wah 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 ho-ah." But this was the wrong reply. It should have been only the last half. The imitation was perfect, except, perhaps, on the last note, which was a trifle too human. But the signal was well done. It was an expert calling, either an Indian or some thoroughly seasoned scout. Yet Conab was not deceived into thinking it an owl. He touched his cheek and his coat, which, in the scout sign language, means red coat, i.e. Britisher. Rolf and his partner got silently out of sight, each with his rifle cocked and ready to make a hole in any red uniform or badge that might show itself. Then commenced a very peculiar duel, for evidently the enemy was as clever as themselves and equally anxious to draw them out of cover. "Way, wah, haw, all," called the stranger, giving the right answer in the wrong place. He was barely 100 yards off, and, as the 2 strained their senses to locate him, they heard a faint click that told of his approach. Rolf turned his head, and behind a tree uttered again the wah, wah, ahoo, which, muffled by his position, would convince the foe that he was retreating. The answer came promptly and much nearer, "Wah wah wah ho ah." Good. The medicine was working, so Rolf softened his voice still more while Conab got ready to shoot. The wah wah ho that came in answer this time was startlingly clear and loud and nearly perfect in intonation, but again betrayed by the human timbre of the awe. A minute or 2 more and they would reach a climax. After another wait, Rolf muffled his voice and gave the single ho, and a great broad-winged owl came swooping through the forest, alighted on a tree overhead, peered about, then thrilled them with his weird wahoo, waboo, wahoo, wahoo, ow-wow, the last note with the singular human quality that had so completely set them astray. Chapter 77. Why Plattsburgh was raided. The owl incident was one of the comedies of their life. Now they had business on hand. The scraps of news brought by Kona pieced out with those secured by Rolf spelt clearly this, that Colonel Murray with about 1,000 men was planning a raid on Plattsburgh. Their duty was to notify General Hampton without delay. Burlington, 40 miles away, was headquarters. Plattsburgh, 20 miles away, was marked for spoil. One more item they must add. Was the raid to Babyland or water? If the latter, then they must know what preparations were being made at the British naval station, Isle O'Noy. They traveled all night through the dark woods to get there, though it was but 7 miles away, and in the first full light they saw the gallant array of 2 warships, 3 gunboats, and about 50 longboats, all ready, undoubtedly waiting only for a change in the wind, which at this season blew on Champlain almost steadily formed the south. A 3-hour, 10-mile tramp through ways now familiar brought Rolf and his partner to the north of the Big Chazy, where the canoe was hidden, and without loss of time, they pushed off for Burlington, 30 miles away. The wind was head-on, and when 4 hours later they stopped for noon, they had made not more than a dozen miles. All that afternoon they had to fight a heavy sea. This meant they must keep near shore in case of an upset, and so lengthen the course. But it also meant that the enemy would not move so long as this wind kept up. It was 6 at night before the scouts ran into Burlington Harbor and made for Hampton's headquarters. His aide received them and, after learning that they had news, went into the general. From the inner room now they heard in unnecessarily loud tones the great man's orders to "Ring them in, sah." The bottles on the table, his purple visage, and thick-tongued speech told how well-founded were the current whispers. "Raid on Plattsburgh? Ha! I hope so. I only hope so. Gentlemen," and he turned to his staff, "all I ask is a chance to get at them." "Ha! Ha!" "Here, help yourself, Macomb," and the general pushed the decanter to a grave young officer who was standing by. "No, thank you, sir," was the only reply. The general waved his hand. The scouts went out, puzzled and ashamed. Was this the brains of the army? No wonder our men are slaughtered. Now Macomb ventured to suggest, "Have you any orders, sir?" "These scouts are considered quite reliable. I understand from them that the British await only a change of wind. They have between 1,000 and 2,000 men. Plenty of time in the morning, sah. Plattsburgh will be the bait of my trap. Not one of them shall return alive." And the general dismissed his staff that he might fortify himself against a threatened cold. Another young man, Liet, Thomas McDonough, the naval commandant, now endeavored to stir him by a sense of danger. First he announced that his longboats and gunboats were ready and in 6 hours he could transfer 3,000 troops from Burlington to Plattsburgh. Then he ventured to urge the necessity for action. Champlain is a lake of 2 winds. It had browned from the south for 2 weeks. Now a north wind was likely to begin any day. McDonough urged this point, but all in vain, and, shocked and humiliated, the young man obeyed the order, too. Wait till his advice was asked. The next day Hampton ordered a review, not an embarkation, and was not well enough to appear in person. The whole army knew now of the situation of affairs, and the militia in particular were not backward in expressing their minds. Next day, July 30th, the wind changed. Hampton did nothing. On the morning of July 31st, they heard the booming of guns in the north, and at night their scouts came with the news that the raid was on. Plattsburgh was taken and pillaged by a force less than 1/3 of those held at Burlington. There were bitter, burning words on the lips of the rank and file, and perfunctory rebukes on the lips of the young officers when they chanced to overhear. The law was surely working out as set forth by Sylvain The fools. In command, the leaders in the ranks. And now came news of fresh disasters, the battles of Beaver Dam, Stony Creek, and Niagara River. It was the same story in nearly every case. Brave fighting men, ill-drilled, but dead shots, led into traps by incompetent commanders. In September, Lieutenant Macomb was appointed to command at Plattsburgh. This proved as happy an omen as it was a wise move. Immediately after, in all this gloom, came the news of Perry's famous victory on Lake Erie, marking a new era for the American cause, followed by the destruction of Moraviantown and the British Army which held it. Stirred at last to action, General Wilkinson sent dispatches to Hampton to arrange an attack on Montreal. There was no possibility of failure, he said, for the sole defense of Montreal was 600 Marines. His army consisted of 8,000 men, Hampton's consisted of 4,000, by a union of these at the mouth of Château-Aché. River, they would form an invincible array, so it seemed. Rolf had not yet seen any actual fighting and began to long for the front, but his powers as a courier kept him ever busy bearing dispatches. The road to Sackett's Harbor and thence to Ogdensburg and Covington and back to Plattsburgh he knew thoroughly, and in his canoe he had visited every port on Lake Champlain and George. He was absent at Albany in the latter half of October and 1st of November, but the ill news traveled fast. Hampton requested Macdonough to swoop down on Ile-le-Mouac, an insane request, compliance with which would have meant certain destruction to the American fleet. Macdonough's general instructions were, cooperate with the army, but at any price retain supremacy of the lake, and he declined to receive Hampton's order. Threatening court-martials and vengeance on his return, Hampton now set out. By land, but at Châteauguay he was met by a much smaller force of Canadians who resisted him so successfully that he ordered a retreat and his army retired to Plattsburgh. Meanwhile, General Wilkinson had done even worse. His army numbered 8,000. Of these, the rear guard were 2,500. A body of 800 Canadians harassed their line of march. Turning to brush away this annoyance, the Americans were wholly defeated at Chrysler's Farm, and giving up the attack on Montreal, Wilkinson crossed the St. Lawrence and settled for the winter at Châteauguay. In December, America scored an important advance by relieving Hampton of his command. As the spring drew near, it was clearly Wilkinson's first play to capture L'Ecole Mill, which had been turned into a fortress of considerable strength and a base for attack on the American border some 5 miles away. Of all the scouts, Rolf best knew that region, yet he was the one left out of consideration and dispatched with papers to Plattsburgh. The attack was bungled from first to last, and when Wilkinson was finally repulsed, it was due to Macomb that the retreat was not a rout. But good came out of this evil, for Wilkinson was recalled, and the law was nearly fulfilled. The incompetents were gone. General Macomb was in command of the land force, and Macdonough the lake. Chapter 78. Rumors and Papers. Macdonough's orders were to hold control of the lake. How he did it will be seen. The British fleet at Isle-aux-Noix was slightly stronger than his own, therefore he established a navy yard at Vergennes in Vermont, 7 miles up the Otter River, and at the mouth erected earthworks and batteries. He sent for Brown of the firm of Adam and Noah Brown, a famous New York shipbuilder. Brown agreed to launch a ship of 24 guns in 60 days. The trees were standing in the forest on March 2nd. The keel was laid March 7th, and on April 11th, the Saratoga was launched 40 days after the tempers were green, standing trees on the hills. Other vessels were begun and pushed as expeditiously. And now Macdonough's wisdom in choice of the Navy Yard was seen, for a British squadron was sent to destroy his infant fleet, or at least sink stone boats across the exit so as to bottle it up. But their attempts were baffled by the batteries which the far-seeing American had placed at the river's mouth. The American victory at Chippewa was followed by the defeat at Lundy's Lane, and on August 25th, the city of Washington was captured by the British and its public buildings destroyed. These calamities, instead of dampening the spirits of the army, roused the whole nation at last to a realization of the fact that they were at war. Fresh troops and plentiful supplies were voted, the Deadwood commanders were retired, and the real men revealed by the two campaigns were given place and power. At the same time, Great Britain, having crushed Napoleon, was in a position to greatly reinforce her American army, and troops seasoned in continental campaigns were poured into Canada. All summer, Rolf was busied bearing dispatches. During the winter, he and Quonum had built a birch canoe on special lines for speed. It would carry 2 men, but no baggage. With this, he could make fully 6 miles an hour for a short time and average 5 on smooth water. In this he had crossed and recrossed Champlain and paddled its length till he knew every bay and headland. The overland way to Sackett's Harbor he had traversed several times. The trail from Plattsburgh to Covington he knew in all weathers and had repeatedly covered its 60 miles in less than 24 hours on foot. The route he picked and followed was in later years the line selected for the military highway between these two camps. But the chief scene of his activities was the Canadian wilderness at the north end of Lake Champlain. Chazy, Champlain, Odelltown, Lacombe Mill, Isle aux Noix, and Richelieu River he knew intimately and had also acquired a good deal of French in learning their country. It was characteristic of General Wilkinson to ignore the scout who knew, and equally characteristic of his successors, Izard and Macomb, to seek and rely on the best man. The news that he brought in many different forms was that the British were again concentrating an army to strike at Plattsburgh and Albany. Izard on the land at Plattsburgh and Champlain, and Macomb at Burlington strained all their resources to meet the invader at fair terms. Izard had 4,000 men assembled when an extraordinary and devastating order from Washington compelled him to abandon the battlefront at Champlain and lead his troops to Sackett's Harbor, where all was peace. He protested like a statesman, then obeyed like a soldier, leaving Macomb in command of the land forces of Lake Champlain with, all told, some 3,400 men. On the day that Izard left Champlain, the British troops under Brisbane advanced and occupied his camp. As soon as Rolf had seen them arrive and had gauged their number, he sent Quona back to report, and later retired by night 10 miles up the road to Chazy. He was well known to many of the settlers and was welcome wherever known, not only because he was a patriot fighting his country's battles, but for his own sake, for he was developing into a handsome, alert, rather silent youth. It is notorious that in the drawing room, given equal opportunity, the hunter has the advantage over the farmer. He has less self-consciousness, more calm poise. He is not troubled about what to do with his feet and hands, and is more convinced of his native dignity and claims to respect. In the drawn room, Rolf was a hunter. The leading inhabitants of the region around received him gladly and honored him. He was guest at Judge Hubbell's in Chazy in September of 1814. Every day he scouted in the neighborhood and at night returned to the hospitable home of the judge. On the 12th of September, from the top of the tall tree on a distant wooded hill, he estimated the force at Champlain to be 10,000 to 15,000 men. Already their bodyguard was advancing on Chazzy. Judge Hubble and anxious neighbors hastily assembled now, discussed with Rolf the situation and above all, what shall we do with our families? One man broke into a storm of hate and vituperation against the British. Remembers the burning of Washington and the way they treated the women at Bladensburg. All of which about the women was utterly disproved, except in one case, and in that the criminal was shot by order of his own commander, retorted Hubble. At Plattsburgh, others maintained that the British had harmed no one. Colonel Murray had given strict orders that all private property be absolutely respected, nothing but government property was destroyed, and only that which could be construed into war stores and buildings. What further damage was done was the result of accident or error. Officers were indeed quartered on the inhabitants, but they paid for what they got, and even a carpet destroyed by accident was replaced months afterward by a British officer who had not the means at the time. So it was agreed that Hubble with Rolf and the village fathers and brothers should join their country's army, leaving wives and children behind. There were wet bearded cheeks among the strong, rugged men as they kissed their wives and little ones and prepared to go, then stopped, as horrible misgivings rose within. This was war, and yet again we have had proofs that the British harmed no woman or child. So they dashed away the tears, suppressed the choking in their throats, shouldered their guns, and marched away to the front, commending their dear ones to the mercy of God and the British invaders. None had any cause to regret this trust. Under pain of death, Sir George Prevost enforced his order that the persons of women and children and all private property be held inviolate. As on the previous raid, no damage was done to non-combatants, and the only hardships endured were by the few who, knowing nothing, feared much and sought the precarious safety of life among the hills. Sir George Prevost and his staff of 10 officers were quartered in Judge Hubble's house. Mrs. Hubble was hard put to furnish them with meals, but they treated her with perfect respect, and every night, not knowing how long they might stay, they left on the table the price of their board and lodging. For 3 days they waited, then all was ready for the advance. Now for Plattsburgh this week and Albany next, so goodbye, madam, they said politely, and turned to ride away, a gay and splendid group. Goodbye, sirs, for a very little while, but I know you'll soon be back, and hanging your heads as you come, was the retort. Sir George replied, if a man had said that, I would call him out. But since it is a fair lady that has been our charming hostess, I replied that when your prophecy comes true, every officer here shall throw his purse on your doorstep as he passes. So they rode away, 13,000 trained men with nothing between them and Albany, but 2,000 troops, double as many raw militia and McDonough of the Lake. 10 times did Rolf cover that highway north of Plattsburgh in the week that followed, and each day his tidings were the same: the British steadily advanced. Chapter 79. McGlasson's Exploit. There was a wonderful spirit on everything in Plattsburgh, and the earthly tabernacle in which it dwelt was the tall, grave young man who had protested against Hampton's behavior at Burlington Captain, now General Macomb. Nothing was neglected. Every emergency was planned for. Every available man was under arms. Personally tireless, he was ever alert and seemed to know every man in his command, and every man of it had implicit confidence in the leader. We have heard of soldiers escaping from a besieged fortress by night, but such was the inspiring power of this commander that there was a steady leaking in of men from the hills, undrilled and raw, but of superb physique, and dead shots with the ride. A typical case was that of a sturdy old farmer who was marching through the woods that morning to take his place with those who manned the breastworks, and was overheard to address his visibly trembling legs. Shake, damn you, shake, and if you knew where I was leading you, you'd be 10 times worse." His mind was more valiant than his body, and his mind kept control. This is true courage. No one had a better comprehension of all this than Mokoum. He knew that all these men needed was a little training to make of them the best soldiers on earth. To supply that training, he mixed them with veterans and arranged a series of unimportant skirmishes as coolly and easily as though he were laying out a program for an evening's entertainment. The first of these was at Culver's Hill. Here, a barricade was thrown up along the highway. A gun was mounted, and several hundred riflemen were posted under leaders skilled in the arts of harrying a foe and giving him no chance to strike back. Among the men appointed for the barricade's defense was Rolf, and near him Quaneb. The latter had been seasoned in the Revolution, but it was the former's first experience at the battlefront, and he felt as most men do when the enemy in brave array comes marching up. As soon as they were within long range, his leader gave the order, "Fire." The rifles rattled and the return fire came at once. Balls pattered on the barricade or whistled above. The man next to him was struck and dropped with a groan. Another fell back dead. The horror and roar were overmuch. Rolf was nervous enough when he entered the fight. Now he was unstrung, almost stunned. His hands and knees were shaking. He was nearly panic-stricken and could not resist the temptation to duck as the balls hissed murder over his head. He was blazing away without aiming when an old soldier, noting his white face and shaking form, laid a hand on his shoulder and in kindly tones said, "Steady, boy, steady, you're losing your head. See, this is how." And he calmly took aim, then without firing moved the gun again and put a little stick to raise the muzzle and make a better rest, then fired as though at target practice. "Now rest for a minute. Look at Quaneb there. You can see he's been through it before. He is making a hit with every shot." Rolf did as he was told, and in a few minutes his color came back. His hand was steady, and thenceforth he began to forget the danger and thought only of doing his work. When at length it was seen that the British were preparing to charge, the Americans withdrew quickly and safely to Halsey's Corner, where was another barricade and a fresh lot of recruits awaiting to receive their baptism of fire. And the scene was repeated. Little damage was done to the foe, but enormous benefit was gained by the Americans because it took only one or two of these skirmishes to turn a lot of shaky-kneed volunteers into a band of steady soldiers, for they had it all inside. Thus their powder, terror, died. That night the British occupied the part of the town that was north of the Saranac and began a desultory bombardment of the fortification opposite. Not a very serious one, for they considered they could take the town at any time, but preferred to await the arrival of their fleet under Downey. The fight for the northern half of the town was not serious, merely part of Mokoum's prearranged training course, but when the Americans retired across the Saranac, the planks of the bridges were torn up, loopholed barricades were built along the southern bank, and no effort spared to prepare for a desperate resistance. Every man that could hold up a gun was posted on the lines of Plattsburgh. The schoolboys, even to the number of 500, formed a brigade and were assigned to places where their squirrel hunting experiences could be made of service to their country. Meanwhile, the British had established a battery opposite Fort Brown. It was in a position to do some material and enormous moral damage. On the 9th it was nearly ready for bloody work, and would probably begin next morning. That night, however, an extraordinary event took place and showed how far from terror palsy were the motley troops in Plattsburgh. A sturdy Vermonter named Captain McGlasson got permission of Malcolm to attempt a very Spartan sortie. He called for 50 volunteers to go on a most hazardous enterprise. He got 1,000 at once. Then he ordered all over 25 and under 18 to retire. This reduced the number to 300. Then all married men were retired, and thus again they were halved. Next he ordered away all who smoked. Ah, deep philosopher that he was! And from the remnant he selected his 50. Among them was Rolf. Then he divulged his plan. It was nothing less than a dash on the new-made fort to spike those awful guns, 50 men to dash into a camp of 13,000. Again he announced, any who wish to withdraw now may do so. Not a man. Stirred. 20 of those known to be expert with tools were provided with hammers and spikes for the guns, and Rolf was proud to be one of them. In a night of storm and blackness they crossed the Saranac. Dividing in 2 bodies, they crawled unseen, one on each side of the battery. 300 British soldiers were sleeping near, only the sentries peered into the storm sleet. All was ready when McGlasson's tremendous voice was heard. Charge front and rear! Yelling, pounding, making all the noise they could, the American boys rushed forth. The British were completely surprised, the sentries were struck down, and the rest assured that Montcalm's army was on them recoiled for a few minutes. The sharp click, click, click of the hammers was heard. An iron spike was driven into every touch-hole. The guns were made harmless as logs, and quickly wheeling, to avoid the return attack, these bold Yankee boys leaped from the muzzled redoubt and reached their own camp without losing one of their number. Chapter 80. The Bloody Saranac. Sir George Prevost had had no intention of taking Plattsburgh till Plattsburgh's navy was captured, but the moral effect of McGlasson's exploit must be offset at once. He decided to carry the city by storm, a matter probably of 3 hours' work. He apportioned a regiment to each bridge, another to each ford near the town, another to cross the river at Pike's Cantonment, and yet another to cross 20 miles above, where they were to harry the fragments of the American as it fled. That morning Plattsburgh was wakened by a renewal of the bombardment. The heavy firing killed a few men, knocked down a few walls and chimneys, but did little damage to the earthworks. It was surprising to all how soon the defenders lost their gun-shyness. The very schoolboys and their sisters went calmly about their business, with cannon and musket balls whistling overhead, striking the walls and windows, or, on rare occasions, dropping some rifleman who was over-rash as he worked or walked on the ramparts. There were big things doing in the British camp regiments, marching and taking their places, storms of rifle and cannon balls raging fiercely. By 10 o'clock there was a lull. The Americans, from the grandfathers to the schoolboys, were posted, each with his rifle and his pouch full of balls. There were pale faces among the youngsters, and nervous fingers. But there was no giving way. Many a man there was, no doubt, who, under the impulse of patriotism, rushed with his gun to join the ranks, and when the bloody front was reached, he wished in his heart he was safe at home. But they did not go. Something kept them staunch. Although the lines were complete all along the ramparts, there were 4 places where the men were massed. These were on the embankments opposite the bridges and the fords. Here, the best shots were placed, and among them was Rolf. With others of McGlasson's band. The plank of the bridges had been torn up and used with earth to form breastworks, but the stringers of the bridges were there, and a body of redcoats approaching, each of them showed plainly what their plan was. The farthest effective range of rifle fire in those days was reckoned at 100 yards. The Americans were ordered to hold their fire till the enemy reached the oaks, a grove 100 yards from the main bridge on the other bank. The British came on in perfect review day style. Now a hush fell on all. The British officer in command was heard clearly giving his orders. How strange it must have been to the veterans of wars in Spain, France, and the Rhine to advance against a force with whom they needed no interpreter. McGlasson's deep voice now rang along the defenses. "Don't fire till I give the order." The redcoats came on at a trot. They reached the 100-yard mark. "Now aim low and fire!" from McGlasson, and the rattle of the Yankee guns was followed by reeling ranks of red in the oaks. "Charge!" shouted the British officer, and the redcoats charged to the bridge. But the fire from the embankment was incessant. The trail of the charging men was cluttered with those who fell. Forward! And the gallant British captain leaped on the central stringer of the bridge and, waving his sword, led on. Instantly 3 lines of men were formed, one on each stringer. They were only 50 yards from the barricade, with 500 rifles, all concentrated on these stringers. The first to fall was the captain, shot through. The heart and the river bore him away, but on and on came the 3 ranks into the whistling, withering fire of lead. It was like slaughtering sheep. Yet on and on they marched steadily for half an hour. Not a man held back or turned, though all knew they were marching to their certain death. Not one of them ever reached the center of the span, and those who dropped, not dead, were swallowed by the swollen stream. How many hundred brave men were sacrificed that day, no one ever knew. He who gave the word to charge was dead with his second and third in command, and before another could come to change the order, the river ran red, the bloody Saranac, they call it ever since. The regiment was wrecked, and the assault for the time was over. Rolf had plied his rifle with the rest, but it sickened him to see the horrible waste of human valor. It was such ghastly work that he was glad indeed when a messenger came to say he was needed at headquarters, and in an hour he was. Crossing the lake with news and instructions for the officer in command at Burlington. Chapter 81. The Battle of Plattsburgh. In broad daylight, he skimmed away in his one-man canoe. For 5 hours he paddled, and at star peep he reached the dock at Burlington. The howl of a lost dog caught his ear, and when he traced the sound, there, on the outmost plank, with his nose to the skies, was the familiar form of Skookum, wailing and sadly alone. What a change he showed when Rolf landed! He barked, leaped, growled, tail wagged, head wagged, feet wagged, buddy wagged, wig wagged, and zigzagged for joy. He raced in circles, looking for a sacrificial hen, and finally uttered a long and conversational whine that doubtless was full of information for those who could get it out. Rolf delivered his budget at once. It was good news, but not conclusive. Everything depended now on Macdonough. In the morning all available troops should hurry to the defense of Plattsburgh, not less than 1,500 men. Were ready to embark at daylight. That night Rolf slept with Skookum in the barracks. At daybreak, much to the latter's disgust, he was locked up in a cellar, and the troops embarked for the front. It was a brisk north wind they had to face in crossing and passing down the lake. There were many sturdy oarsmen at the sweeps, but they could not hope to reach their goal in less than 5 hours. When they were halfway over, they heard the cannon roar. The booming became incessant. Without question, a great naval battle was on, for this north wind was what the British had been awaiting. The rowers bent to their task and added to the speed. Their brothers were hard pressed. They knew it. They must make haste. The longboats flew. In an hour they could see the mast, the sails, the smoke of the battle, but nothing gather of the portentous result. Albany and New York, as well as Plattsburgh, were in the balance, and the oarsmen rowed and rowed and rowed. The cannon roared louder and louder, though less continuously as another hour passed. Now they could see the vessels only 4 miles away. The jets of smoke were intermittent from the guns. Masts went down. They could see it plainly. The rowers only set their lips and rowed and rowed and rowed. Sir George had reckoned on but one obstacle in his march to Albany, an obstruction named Macdonough. But he now found there was another called Macomb. It was obviously a waste of men to take Plattsburgh by front assault when he could easily force a passage of the river higher up and take it on the rear, and it was equally clear that when his fleet arrived and crushed the American fleet, it would be a simple matter for the war vessels to blow the town to pieces without risking a man. Already a favoring wind had made it possible for Downey to leave Isle O'Noik and sail down the lake with his gallant crew under gallant canvas clouds. Tried men and true in control of every ship, outnumbering Macdonough, outweighing him, outpointing him in everything but seamanship, they came on sure of success. 3 chief moves were in Macdonough's strategy. He anchored to the northward of the bay so that any fleet coming down the lake would have to beat up against the wind to reach him, so close to land that any fleet trying to flank him would come within range of the forts and left only one apparent gap that a foe might try to use, a gap in front of which was a dangerous sunken reef. This was indeed a baited trap. Finally, he put out cables, kedges, anchors, and springs so that with the capstan he could turn his vessels and bring either side to bear on. The foe. All was ready that morning of September the 11th as the British fleet, ably handled, swung around the Cumberland Head. The young commander of the Yankee fleet now kneeled bareheaded with his crew and prayed to the God of battles as only those going into battle pray. The gallant foe came on, and who that knows him doubts that he too raised his heart in reverent prayer. The first broadside from the British broke open a chicken coop on the Saratoga from which a gamecock flew and, perching on a gun, flapped his wings and crowed, so all the seamen cheered at such a happy omen. Then followed the fighting, with its bravery and its horrors. Its brutish wickedness broke loose. Early in the action, the British sloop Finch fell into Macdonough's trap and, grounded on the reef. The British commander was killed, with many of his officers. Still, the heavy fire of the guns would have given them the victory, but for Macdonough's foresight in providing for swinging his ships. When one broadside was entirely out of action, he used his cables, kedges, and springs, and brought the other batteries to bear. It was one of the most desperate naval fights the world has ever seen. Of the 300 men on the British flagship, not more than 5, we are told, escaped uninjured, and at the close there was not left on any one of the 8 vessels a mast that could carry sail, or a sail that could render service. In less than 2 hours and a half the fight was won, and the British fleet destroyed. To the God of battles each had committed his cause, and the God of battles had spoken. Far away to the southward, in the boats were the Vermont troops with their general and Rolf in the foremost. Every sign of the fight they had watched as men whose country's fate is being tried. It was 11:15 when the thunder died away, and the Vermonters were headed on shore, for a hasty landing if need be, when down from the peak of the British flagship went the Union Jack, and the Stars and Stripes was hauled to take its place. Thank God! A soft, murmuring sigh ran through all the boats, and many a bronzed and bearded cheek was wet with tears. Each man clasped hands with his neighbor. All were deeply moved, and even as an audience melted renders no applause, so none felt any wish to vent his deep emotion in a cheer. Chapter 82, Scouting for Macomb. General Macomb knew that Sir George Prevost was a cautious and experienced commander. The loss of his fleet would certainly make a radical change in his plans. But what change? Would he make a flank move and dash on to Albany, or retreat to Canada, or entrench himself to await reinforcements at Plattsburgh, or try to retrieve his laurels by an overwhelming assault on the town? Whatever his plan, he would set about it quickly, and Macomb studied the enemy's camp with a keen, discerning eye, but nothing suggesting a change was visible when the sun sank in the rainy west. It was vital that he know it at once when an important move was begun, and as soon as the night came down, a score of the swiftest scouts were called for. All were young men. Most of them had been in McGlasson's band. Rolf was conspicuous among them for his tall figure, but there was a Vermont boy named Seymour who had the reputation of being the swiftest runner of them all. They had two duties laid before them. First, to find whether Prevost's army was really retreating. Second, what of the regiment he sent up the Saranac to perform the flank movement. Each was given the country he knew best. Some went westerly, some followed up the river. Rolf, Seymour, and Fisk, another Vermonter, skimmed out of Plattsburgh Harbor in the dusk, rounded Cumberland Bend, and at 9 o'clock landed at Point Roche at the north side of Treadwell's Bay. Here they hid the canoe, and agreeing to meet again at midnight, set off in 3 different westerly directions to strike the highway at different points. Seymour, as the fast racer, was given the northmost route. Rolf took the middle. Their signals were arranged in the woods, the barred owl cry by the water the loon, and they parted. The woods seemed very solemn to Rolf that historic September night as he strode along at speed, stopping now and again when he thought he heard some signal, and opened wide his mouth to relieve his eardrums of the heartbeat or to still the rushing of his breath. In half an hour he reached the high road. It was deserted. Then he heard a cry of the barred owl, wah, 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 ha. He replied with the last line, and the answer came a repeat of the whole chant, showing that it might be owl, it might be man, but it was not the right man, for the final response should have been the ho-aw. Rolf never knew whence it came, but gave no further heed. For a long time he sat in a dark corner where he could watch the road. There were sounds of stir in the direction of Plattsburgh. Then later, and much nearer, couple of shots were fired. He learned afterward that those shots were meant for one of his friends. At length there was a faint tum-tum-tump. He drew his knife, stuck it deep in the ground, then held the handle in his teeth. This acted like a magnifier, for now he heard it plainly enough, the sound of a horse at full gallop, but so far away that it was 5 minutes before he could clearly hear it while standing. As the sound neared, he heard the clank of arms, and when it passed, Rolf knew that this was a mounted British officer. But why, and whither? In order to learn the rider's route, Rolf followed at a trot for a mile. This brought him to a hilltop, whither in the silent night that fateful north wind carried still the sound, to-rump, to-rump, to-rump. As it was nearly lost, Rolf used his knife again. That brought the rider back. Within a mile it seemed, and again the hoof-beat faded. Te-rump, te-rump. Bound for Canada all right, Rolf chuckled to himself. But there was nothing to show whether this was a mere dispatch rider, or an advance scout, or a call for reinforcements. So again he had a long wait. About 10:30, a new and larger sound came from the south. The knife in the ground increased, but did not explain it. The night was moonless, dark now, and it was safe to sit very near the road. In 20 minutes, the sound was near at hand. In 5, a dark mass was passing along the road. There is no mistaking the language of drivers. There is never any question about such and such a voice being that of an English officer. There can be no doubt about the clank of heavy wheels. A rich, tangy voice from someone in advance said, "Oui, parbleu, tas que je sais voilà." A body of about 100 Britishers, 2 or 3 wagons, guns, and a Frenchman for guide. Rolf. Thought he knew that voice? Yes, he was almost sure it was the voice of Francois Lacolle. This was important but far from conclusive. It was now 11. He was due at the canoe by midnight. He made for the place as fast as he could go, which, on such a night, was slow, but guided by occasional glimpses of the stars, he reached the lake, and pausing a furlong from the landing, he gave the rolling, quivering loon call, ho-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh. Ho-oo. After 10 seconds, the answer came. Ho-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh, ho-oo. And again after 10 seconds, Rolf's reply. Hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo-hoo. Both his friends were there, Fisk with the bullet hole through his arm. It seemed their duty to go back at once to headquarters with the meager information and their wounded comrade. But Fisk made light of his trouble. It was a mere scratch, and reminded them that their orders were to make sure of the enemy's movements. Therefore it was arranged that Seymour take back Fisk and what news they had, while Rolf went on to complete his scouting. By 1 o'clock he was again on the hill where he had marked the horsemen's outward flight and the escorted guns. Now, as he waited, there were sounds in the north that faded, and in the south were similar sounds that grew. Within an hour he was viewing a still larger body of troops with drivers and wheels that clanked. There were only 2 explanations possible. Either the British were concentrating on Chazy Landing, where, protected from McDonough by the north wind, they could bring enough stores and forces from the north to march overland independent of the ships, or else they were in full retreat for Canada. There was but one point where this could be made sure, namely at the forks of the road in Chazy village. So he set out at a jog trot for Chazy, 6 miles away. The troops ahead were going 3 miles an hour. Rolf could go 5. In 20 minutes he overtook them and now was embarrassed by their slowness. What should he do? It was nearly impossible to make speed through the woods in the darkness so as to pass them. He was forced to content himself by marching a few yards in their rear. Once or twice, when a group fell back, he was uncomfortably close and heard scraps of their talk. These left little doubt that the army was in retreat. Still, this was the mere chatter of the ranks. He curbed his impatience and trudged with the troop. Once, a man dropped back to light his pipe. He almost touched Rolf, and seeing the marching figure, asked in unmistakable accents, "Oi soimete, have you a light?" Rolf assumed the low South Country English dialect, already familiar through talking with prisoners, and replied, "Niao, oi on a smoking," then gradually dropped out of sight. They were nearly 2 hours in reaching Chazy, where they passed the forks, going straight on north. Without doubt, now the army was bound for Canada. Rolf sat on a fence nearby as their footsteps went tramp, tramp, tramp with the wagons, clank, 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 and were lost in the northern distance. He had seen perhaps 300 men. There were 13,000 to account for, and he sat and waited. He did not have long to wait. Within half an hour, a much larger body of troops evidently was approaching from the south. Several lanterns gleamed ahead of them, so Rolf got over the fence, but it was low, and its pickets offer poor shelter. Farther back was Judge Hubbell's familiar abode with dense shrubbery. He hastened to it and in a minute was hidden where he could see something of the approaching troops. They were much like those that had gone before, but much more numerous, at least a regiment, and as they filled the village way, an officer cried, "Halt!" and gave new orders. Evidently they were about to bivouac for the night. A soldier approached the picket fence to use it for firewood, but an officer rebuked him. Other fuel, chiefly fence rails, was found, and a score or more of fires were lighted on the highway and in the adjoining pasture. Rolf found himself in something like a trap, for in less than 2 hours now would be the dawn. The simplest way out was to go in. He crawled quietly round the house to the window of Mrs. Hubbell's room. These were times of nervous tension, and 3 or 4 taps on the pane were enough to arouse the good lady. Her husband had come that way more than once. "Who is it?" she demanded through a small opening of the sash. "Rolf Kittering," he whispered. "The place is surrounded by soldiers. Can't you hide me?" Could she? Imagine an American woman saying no at such a time. He slipped in quietly. "What news?" she said. "They say that McDonough has won on the lake, but Plattsburgh is taken." "No, indeed. Plattsburgh is safe. McDonough has captured the fleet. I am nearly sure that the whole British army is retiring to Canada." Thank God," she said fervently. "I knew it must be so. The women have met here and prayed together every day, morning and night." But hush, she laid a warning finger on her lips and pointed up toward one of the rooms. "British officer." She brought 2 blankets from a press and led up to the garret. At the lowest part of the roof was a tiny door to a lumber closet. In this, Rolf spread his blankets, stretched his weary limbs, and soon was sound asleep. At dawn the bugles blew. The camp was astir. The officer in the house arose and took his post on the porch. He was there on guard to protect the house. His brother officers joined him. Mrs. Hubbell prepared breakfast. It was eaten silently so far as Rolf could learn. They paid for it and, heading their regiment, went away northward, leaving the officers still on the porch. Presently Rolf heard a stealthy step in his garret. The closed door was pushed open, and Mrs. Hubbell's calm, handsome face appeared as, with a reassuring nod, she set down a mug of coffee, some bread, and a bowl of mush and milk. And only those who have traveled and fasted for 12 hours when they were 19 know how good it tasted. From a tiny window ventilator, Rolf had a view of the road in front. A growing din of men prepared him for more troops, but still he was surprised to see 10 regiments march past, with all their stores. A brave army, but no one could mistake their looks. They wore the despondent air of an army in full retreat. Chapter 83. The Last of Sir George Prevost. The battle was over at Plattsburgh town, though it had not been fought, for the spirit of MacDonough was on land and water, and it was felt by the British general as well as the Yankee riflemen as soon as the Union Jack had been hauled from the mast of the Confiance. Now Sir George Prevost had to face a momentous decision. He could force the passage of the Saranac and march on to Albany, but his communications would be cut, and he must rely on a hostile country for supplies. Every day drew fresh bands of riflemen from the hills. Before he could get to Albany, their number might exceed his, and then what? Unless Great Britain could send a new army or a fleet to support him, he must meet the fate of Burgoyne. Prevost proposed to take no such chances, and the night of the 11th, 8 hours after MacDonough's victory, he gave the order, "Retire to Canada." To hide the move as long as possible, no change was made till after sundown. No. hint was given to the beleaguered town. They must have no opportunity to reap the enormous advantages, moral and material, of harrying a retreating foe. They must arise in the morning to find the enemy safely over the border. The plan was perfect, and would have been literally carried out, had not he had to deal with a foe as clever as himself. How eagerly Rolf took in the scene on Chazy Road! How much it meant! How he longed to fly at his fastest famous speed with the stirring news. In 2 hours and a half he could surely let his leader know, and he gazed with a sort of superior pride at the martial pomp and bravery of the invaders driven forth. Near the last was a gallant array of gentlemen in gorgeous uniforms of scarlet and gold. How warlike they looked, how splendid beside the ill-clad riflemen of Vermont and the rude hunters of the Adirondacks. How much more beautiful is an iron sword with jewels than a sword of plain gray steel. Dame Hubble stood in her door as they went by. Each and all saluted politely. Her guard was ordered to join his regiment. The lady waved her sunbonnet in response to their courteous goodbye, and could not refrain from calling out, "How about my prophecy, Sir George, and those purses?" Rolf could not see his hostess, but he heard her voice, and he saw the astonishing effect. The British general reined in his horse. "A gentleman's word is his bond, madam," he said. "Let every officer now throw his purse at the lady's feet," and he set the example. A dozen rattling thuds were heard, and a dozen officers, saluting, purseless, rode away. A round $1,000 in gold the lady gathered on her porch that morning, and to this day her grandkin tell the tale. Chapter 84. Rolf unmasks the ambush. Rolf's information was complete now, and all that remained was to report at Plattsburgh. 10 regiments he had counted from his peephole. The rear guard passed at 10 o'clock. At 11, Mrs. Hubble did a little scouting and reported that all was quiet as far as she could see both ways, and no enemy in sight anywhere. With a grateful handshake he left the house to cover the 14 miles that lay between Chazy and Plattsburgh. Refreshed and fed, young and strong, the representative of a just and victorious cause, how he exulted in that run, rejoicing in his youth, his country, his strength, his legs, his fame as a runner. Starting at a stride, he soon was trotting. Then, when the noon hour came, he had covered a good 6 miles. Now he heard faint, far shots, and going more slowly was soon conscious that a running fight was on between his own people and the body of British sent westward to hold. The Upper Saranac. True to the instinct of the scout, his first business was to find out exactly what and where they were. From a thick treetop he saw the redcoats spotting an opening of the distant country. Then they were lost sight of in the woods. The desultory firing became volley firing once or twice. Then there was an interval of silence. At length a mass of red coats appeared on the highway within half a mile. They were traveling very fast in full retreat and were coming his way. On the crest of the hill over which the road ran, Rolf saw them suddenly drop to the ground and take up position to form a most dangerous ambuscade, and half a mile away, straggling through the woods, running or striding, were the men in the colors he loved. They had swept the enemy before them, so far, but trained troops speedily recover from a panic if they have a leader of nerve, and seeing a noble chance in the angle of this deep-sunk road, the British fugitives turned like boars at bay. Not a sign of them was visible to the Americans. The latter were suffering from too much success. Their usual caution seemed to have deserted them, and trotting in a body they came along the narrow road, hemmed in by a forest and soon to be hedged with cliffs of clay. They were heading for a death trap, At any price, he must warn them. He slid down the tree and, keeping cover, ran as fast as possible toward the ambush. It was the only hill near Beekman's Rise, they call it, as far as possible from the redcoats, but still on the hill that gave a view. He leaped onto a high stump and yelled as he never did before, "Go back! Go back! A trap! A trap! A trap!" And lifting high his outspread hands, he flung their palms toward his friends, the old-time signal for "Go back." Not twice did they need warning. Like hunted wolves, they flashed from view in the nearest cover. A harmless volley from the baffled ambush rattled amongst them, and leaping from his stump, Rolf ran for life. Furious at their failure, a score of red coats, reloading as they ran, came hot. Footed after him. Down into cover of an alder swamp he plunged, and confident of his speed, ran on, dashing through thickets and mud-holes. He knew that the redcoats would not follow far in such a place, and his comrades were near, but the alder thicket ended at a field. He heard the bushes crashing close at hand, and dashed down a little ravine at whose lower edge the friendly forest recommenced. That was his fatal mistake. The moment he took to the open, there was a rattle of rifles from the hill above, and Rolf fell on his face as dead. It was after noontide when he fell. He must have lain unconscious for an hour. When he came to himself, he was lying still in that hollow, absolutely alone. The redcoats, doubtless, had continued their flight with the Yankee boys behind them. His face was covered with blood. His coat was torn and bloody. His trousers showed a ragged rent that was reddened and sopping. His head was aching, and in his leg was the pain of a cripplement. He knew it as soon as he tried to move. His right leg was shattered below the knee. The other shots had grazed his arm and head. The latter had stunned him for a time, but did no deeper damage. He lay still for a long time, in hopes that some of his friends might come. He tried to raise his voice, but had no strength. Then he remembered the smoke signal that had saved him when he was lost in the woods. In spite of his wounded arm, he got out his flint and steel and prepared to make a fire. But all the small wood he could reach was wet with recent rains. An old pine stump was on the bank not far away. He might cut kindling wood from that to start his fire, and he reached for his knife. Alas, its case was empty. Had Rolf been 4 years younger, he might have broken down and wept at this. It did seem such an unnecessary accumulation of disasters. Without gun or knife, how was he to call his friends? He straightened his mangled limb in the position of least pain and lay for a while. The September sun fell on his back and warmed him. He was parched with thirst, but only 30 yards away was a little rill. With a long and fearful crawling on his breast, he dragged himself to the stream and drank till he could drink no more, then rested, washed his head and hands, and tried to crawl again to the warm place. But the sun had dropped behind the river bank. The Loo ravine was in shadow, and the chill of the grave was on the young man's pain-racked frame. Shadows crossed his brain. Among them, see, Sylvan with his quaint sayings, and one above all was clear. Trouble is only sent to make ye do your best. When ye have done your best, keep calm and wait. Things is comin' all right. Yes, that was what he said. And the mockery of it hurt him now. The sunset slowly ended. The night wind blew. The dragging hours brought gloom that entered in. This seemed indeed the direst strait of his lot, crippled, dying of cold, helpless, nothing to do but wait and die, and from his groaning lips there came the half-forgotten prayer his mother taught him long ago, "O God, have mercy on me." And then he forgot. When he awoke, The stars were shining, he was numb with cold, but his mind was clear. This is war, he thought, and God knows we never sought it. And again the thought, when I offered to serve my country, I offered my life. I am willing to die, but this is not a way of my choosing. And a blessed forgetfulness came upon him again. But his was a stubborn, fibbered race. His spark of life was not so quickly quenched. Its blazing torch might waver, wane, and wax again. In the chill, dark hour when the life lamp flickers most, he wakened to hear the sweet, sweet music of a dog's loud bark. In a minute he heard it nearer, and yet again, at hand. And Skookum, erratic, unruly, faithful Skookum, was bounding around and barking madly at the calm, unblinking stars. A human halloo rang not far away, then others, and Skookum barked and barked. Now the bushes rustled near. A man came out, kneeled down, laid hand on the dying soldier's brow, and his heart. He opened his eyes. The man bent over him and softly said, "Nibawaka, it's Quonub." That night when the victorious Rangers had returned to Plattsburgh, it was a town of glad, thankful hearts, and human love ran strong. The thrilling stories of the day were told, the crucial moment, the providential way in which at every hopeless pass some easy natural miracle took place to fight their battle and back their country's cause. The harrying of the flying rear guard, the ambuscade over the hill, the appearance of an American scout at the nick of time to warn. Then the shooting and his disappearance all were discussed. Then Rollicking Seymour and Silent Fisk told of their scouting on the trail of the beaten foe, and all asked, "Where is Kittering?" So talk was rife, and there was one who showed a knife he had picked up near the ambuscade with RK on the shaft. Now a dark-faced scout rose up, stared at the knife, and quickly left the room. In 3 minutes he stood before General McComb. His words were few, but from his heart, "It is my boy, Nibawaka. It is Rolf, my heart tells me. Let me go. I feel him praying for me to come. Let me go, General. I must go." It takes a great man to gauge the heart of a man who seldom speaks. You may go, but how can you find him tonight? I find him, and the Indian pointed to a little, prick-eared yellow cur that sneaked at his heels. "Success to you. He was one of the best we had," said the general, as the Indian left, then added, "Take a couple of men along, and here, take this." And he held out a flask. Thus it was that the dawning saw Rolf on a stretcher carried by his 3 scouting partners, while Skookum trotted ahead, looking this way and that they should surely not be ambushed this time. And thus the crowning misfortune, the culminating apex of disaster, the loss of his knife, the thing of all others that roused in Rolf the spirit of rebellion, was the way of life, his dungeon's key, the golden chain that haled him from the pit. Chapter 85. The Hospital, the Prisoners, and Home. There were wagons and buckboards to be had, but the road was rough, so the 3 changed off as litter-bearers and brought him to the lake where the swift and smooth canoe was ready, and 2 hours later they carried him into the hospital at Plattsburgh. The lead was set at once. His wounds were dressed, he was warmed, cleaned, and fed, and when the morning sun shone in the room, it was a room of calm and peace. The general came and sat beside him for a time, and the words he spoke were ample, joyful compensation for his wounds. McDonough, too, passed through the ward, and the warm vibrations of his presence drove death from many a bed whose inmate's force ebbed low, whose soul was walking on the brink, was near surrender. Rolf did not fully realize it then, but long afterward it was clear that this was. the meaning of the well-worn words. He filled them with a new spirit. There was not a man in the town but believed the war was over. There was not a man in the town who doubted that his country's cause was won. 3 weeks is a long time to a youth near manhood, but there was much of joy to while away the hours. The mothers of the town came and read and talked. There was news from the front. There were victories on the high seas. His comrades came to sit beside him. Seymour, the sprinter, as merry a soul as ever hankered for the stage and the red cups of life. Fiske, the silent, and McGlasson, too, with his dry, humorous talk. These were the bright and funny hours. There were others. There came a bright-checked Vermont mother whose 3 sons had died in service at McDonough's guns, and she told of it in a calm voice, as one who speaks of her proudest honor. Yes, she rejoiced that God had given her 3 such sons, and had taken again his gifts in such a day of glory. Had England's rulers only known that this was the spirit of the land that spoke, how well they might have asked, "What boots it if we win a few battles and burn a few towns? It is a little gain and passing, for there is one thing that no armies, ships, or laws, or power on earth, or hell itself can down or crush. That alone is the thing that counts or endures, the thing that counts or endures, the thing that permeates these men, that finds its focal centers, is that of the Vermont mathematialdiest. Svagt fate babalse that he's called her. But these were forms that came and went. There were 2 that seldom were away, the tall and supple, one of the dark face and the easy tread, and his yellow shadow, the ever unpopular snappish, prick-eared cur, that held by force of arms all territories at floor level contiguous to, under, comprised, and bounded by the 4 square legs and corners of the bed. Kornev's nightly couch was a blanket not far away, and his daily self-given task to watch the wounded and try by devious ways and plots to trick him into eating ever larger meals. Garrison duty was light now, so Quonab sought the woods where the flocks of partridge swarmed, with Skookum as his aid. It was the latter's joyful duty to find and tree the birds and yap below, till Quonab came up quietly with bow and blunt arrows to fill his game bag, and thus the best of fare was ever by the invalid's bed. Rolf's was easily a winning fight from the first, and in a week he was eating well, sleeping well, and growing visibly daily stronger. Then on a fleckless dawn that heralded a sun triumphant, the Indian borrowed a drum from the bandsman and, standing on the highest breastwork, he gazed across the dark waters to the whitening hills. There on a tiny fire he laid tobacco and kinnikinnick, as Gis the Shining One burnt the rugged world rim at Vermont, and, tapping softly with one stick, he gazed upward, after the sacrificial thread of smoke, and sang in his own tongue, "Father, I burn tobacco, I smoke to thee. I sing, for my heart is singing." Pleasant chatter of the East was current by Rolf's bedside. Stories of homes in the hills he heard. Tales of hearts by faraway lakes and streams. Memories of golden-haired children waiting for fathers or brothers' return from the wars. Wives came to claim their husbands, mothers to bring away their boys, to gain again their strength at home. And his own heart went back and ever back to the rugged farm on the shores of the noble George. In 2 weeks he was able to sit up. In 3 he could hobble, and he moved about the town when the days were warm. And now he made the acquaintance of the prisoners. They were closely guarded. And numbered over 100. It gave him a peculiar sensation to see them there. It seemed un-American to hold a human captive, but he realized that it was necessary to keep them for use as hostages and exchanges. Some of them he found to be sullen brutes, but many were kind and friendly, and proved to be jolly good fellows. On the occasion of his second visit, a familiar voice saluted him with, "Well, Rolf, comment ça va?" And he had the painful joy of greeting Francois Lacolle. "You'll help me get away, Rolf, won't you?" And the little Frenchman whispered and winked. "I have 7 little ones now on La Rivière that have no flour, and tinks their pa is dead. I'll do all I can, Francois," and the picture of the desolate home brought a husk in his voice and a choke in his throat. He remembered, too, the musket ball that by intent had whistled harmless overhead. "But," he added in a shaky voice, "I cannot help my country's enemy to escape." Then Rolf took counsel with McGlasson, told him all about the affair at the mill, and McGlasson, with a heart worthy of his mighty shoulders, entered into the spirit of the situation, went to General Macomb presenting such a tale and petition that 6 hours later Francis, bearing a passport through the lines, was trudging away to Canada, paroled for the rest of the war. There was another face that Rolf recognized, hollow-cheeked, flabby-jowled, and purplish gray. The man was one of the oldest of the prisoners. He wore a white beard and mustache. He did not recognize Rolf, but Rolf knew him, for this was Mickey Kittering. How he escaped from jail and joined the enemy was an episode of the war's first year. Rolf was shocked to see what a miserable wreck his uncle was. He could not do him any good. To identify him would have resulted in his being treated as a renegade, so on the plea that he was an old man, Rolf saw that the prisoner had extra accommodation and out of his own pocket kept him abundantly supplied with tobacco. Then in his heart he forgave him and kept away. They never met again. The bulk of the militia had been disbanded after the great battle. A few of the scouts and enough men to garrison the fort and guard the prisoners were retained. Each day there were joyful partings, the men with homes going home, and the thought that ever waxed in Rolf came on in strength. He hobbled to headquarters. "General, can I get leave to go?" He hesitated. "Home? Why, Kittering, I didn't know you had a home. But certainly, I'll give you a month's leave and pay to date. Champlain is the lake of the 2 winds. The north wind blows for 6 months with a few variations, and the south wind for the other 6 months with trifling. Next morning a bar canoe was seen skimming southward before as much north wind as it could stand, with Rolf reclining in the middle, Quonab at the stern, and Skookum in the bow. In 2 days they were at Ticonderoga. Here help was easily got at the portage, and on the evening of the 3rd day, Quonab put a rope on Skookum's neck, and they landed at Hendrick's farm. The hickory logs were blazing bright, and the evening pot was reeking as they opened the door and found the family gathered for the meal. "I didn't know you had a home," the general had said. He should have been present now to see the wanderers welcome. If war breeds such a spirit in the land, it is as much a blessing as a curse. The air was full of it, and the Van Trumpers, when they saw their hero hobble in, were melted. Love, pity, pride, and tenderness were surging in storms through every heart that knew. There, brother, their son come back wounded but proven and glorious. Yes, Rolf had a home, and in that intoxicating realization he kissed them all, even Annette of the glowing cheeks and eyes, though in truth he paid for it conjured up in her a shy aloofness that lasted many days. Old Hendrik sputtered around. "Oak, I am smile. Dis is go to ya. Where is that tam dog? Ja, tie him not. He shall this time von chicken have for joy." "Marta," said Rolf, "you told me to come here if I got hurt." "Well, I've come, and I've brought a boatload of stuff in case I cannot do my share in the fields. Press you, my boy, you didn't order brung dat stuff. You know we lof you here, and every time it is you coom. I get glatzimer, and dat, and net. She just cried ven you vinted the war. Oh, mother, I did not. It was you and little Hendrik. And Annette turned her scarlet cheeks away. October, with its trees of flame and gold, was on the hills. Purple and orange, the oaks and the birches. Blue blocked with white was the sky above, and the blue bright lake was limpid. O God of my fathers, Quanab used to pray, when I reach the happy hunting, let it be ever the leaf-falling moon, for that is the only perfect time. And in that unmarred month of sunny sky and woodlands purged of every plague, there is but one menace in the vales. For who can bring the glowing coal to the dry-leafed woods without these two begetting the dread red fury that devastates the hills? Who can bring the fire in touch with tow and wonder at the blaze? Who indeed? And would any but a dreamer expect young manhood in its growing strength and girlhood just across the blush line to meet in daily meals and talk? And still keep up the brother and sister play? It needs only a Virginia on the Seagull Island to turn the comrade into Paul. Marta, I think dot Rolf and Annette don't quarrel bad, ain't it? Hendrik, you vays bon blind old bat mole, said Marta. I think dat farm next ours purty good, but Rolf, he say no late George no good. Better he, like all his folk move over on dat Hudson. Chapter 86. The New Era of Prosperity. As November neared and his leave of absence ended, Rolf was himself again. Had been, indeed, for 2 weeks, and, swinging fork or axe, he had helped with many an urgent job on the farm. A fine log stable they had rolled up together, with corners dovetailed like cabinet work and roof of birch bark breadths above the hay. But there was another building, too, that Rolf had worked at night and day. It was no frontier shack, but a tall and towering castle, splendid and roomy, filled with loved ones and love. Not by the lake nearby, not by the river of his choice, but higher up than the tops of the high mountains it loomed, and he built and built until the month was nearly gone. Then only did he venture to ask for aid, and Annette, it was who promised to help him finish the building. Yes, the Lake George shore was a land of hungry farms. It was off the line of travel, too. It was neither Champlain nor Hudson, and Hendrik, after 10 years, toil with barely a living to show, was easily convinced. Next summer they must make a new choice of home. But now it was back to Plattsburgh. On November 1st, Rolf and Quonab reported to General Macomb. There was little doing but preparations for the winter. There were no prospects of further trouble from their neighbors in the north. Most of the militia were already disbanded, and the two returned to Plattsburgh only to receive their honorable discharge, to be presented each with the Medal of War, with an extra clasp on Rolf's for that dauntless dash that spiked the British guns. Wicked war with its wickedness was done at last. The greatest evil that can befall a country, some call it, and yet out of this end came 3 great goods. The interstate distrust had died away, for now they were soldiers who had camped together, who had drunk from the same canteen. Little Canada, until then a thing of shreds and scraps, had been fused in the furnace, welded into a young, nation, already capable of defending her own. England, arrogant with long success at sea, was taught a lesson of courtesy and justice, for now the foe whom she had despised and insulted had shown himself her equal, a king of the sea king stock. The unnecessary Battle of New Orleans, fought 2 weeks after the war was officially closed, showed that the raw riflemen of Tennessee were more than a match for the seasoned veterans who had overcome the great Napoleon and thus on land redeemed the Stars and Stripes. The war brought unmeasured material loss on all concerned, but some weighty lasting gains to two at least. On December 24, 1814, the Treaty of Ghent was signed, and the long rides were hung up on the cabin walls. Nothing was said in the treaty about the cause of war, the right of search. Why should they speak of it? If a big boy bullies a smaller one and gets an unexpected knockdown blow, it is not necessary to have it all set forth in terms before they shake hands that I, John, of the first part, to wit, the bully, do hereby agree, promise, and contract to. Refrain in future forevermore from bullying you, Jonathan, of the second part, to wit, the bullied. That point had already been settled by the logic of events. The right of search was dead before the peace was born, and the very place of its bones is forgotten today. Rolf with Quanah returned to the trapping that winter, and as soon as the springtime came and seeding was over, he and Van Trumper made their choice of farms. Every dollar they could raise was invested in the beautiful sloping lands of the upper Hudson. Rolf urged the largest possible purchase now. Hendrik looked somewhat aghast at such a bridge-burning move, but a purchaser for his farm was found with unexpected promptness, one who was not on farming bent, and the way kept opening up. The wedding did not take place till another year, when Annette was 19 and Rolf 21, and the home they moved to was not exactly a castle, but much more complete and human. This was the beginning of a new settlement. Given good land in plenty, and all the rest is easy, neighbors came in increasing numbers. Every claim was taken up. Rolf and Hendrik saw themselves growing rich, and at length the latter was thankful for the policy that he once thought so rash of securing all the land he could. Now was his making, for in later years his grown-up sons were thus provided for and kept at home. The falls of the river offered, as Rolf had foreseen, a noble chance for power. Very early he had started a store and traded for fur. Now, with the careful savings, he was able to build his sawmill, and about it grew a village with a post office that had Rolf's name on the signboard. Quanah had come, of course, with Rolf, but he shunned the house, and the more so as it grew in size. In a remote and sheltered place he built a wigwam of his own. Skookum was divided in his allegiance, but he solved the puzzle by dividing his time between them. He did not change much, but he did rise in a measure to the fundamental zoological fact that hens are not partridges, and so acquired a haughty toleration of the cackle party throng that assembled in the morning at Annette's call. Yes, he made even another step of progress, for on one occasion he valiantly routed the unenlightened dog of a neighbor, a cur of low degree, whose ideas of ornithology were as crude as his own had been in the beginning. All of which was greatly to his credit, for he found it hard to learn now. He was no longer young, and before he had seen 8 springs dissolve the snow, he was called to the land of happy hunting, where the porcupine is not, but where hens abound on every side, and there is no man near to meddle with his joy. Yet, when he died, he lived. His memory was kept evergreen for Skookum. Number 2 was there to fill his room, and he gave place to Skookum 3, and so they keep their line unto this very day. Quanah goes home. The public has a kind of crawlin' common sense that is always right and fair in the end, only it's slow. Sayings of size of Sylvan. 20 years went by. Rolf grew and prospered. He was a man of substance and of family now, for store and mill were making money fast, and the little toe tops came at regular intervals. And when the years had added ripeness to his thought, and the kind gods of gold had filled his scrip, it was that his ampler life began to bloom. His was a mind of the best begetting, born and bred of ancient, clean-blooded stock, inflexibly principled, trained by a God-fearing mother, nurtured in a cradle of adversity, schooled in a school of hardship, developed in the big outdoors, wise in the ways of the woods, burnt in the fire of affliction, forced into self-reliance, inspired with the lofty inspiration of sacrificial patriotism. The good stuff of his makeup shone, as shines the gold in the fervent heat. The hard blows that prove or crush had proved. The metal had run true, and in the great valley, Rolf Kittering was a man of mark. The country's need of such is ever present and ever seeking. Those in power who know and measure men soon sought him out, and their messenger was the grisly old sea sylvan. Because he was a busy man, Rolf feared to add to his activities. Because he was a very busy man, the party knew they needed him. So at length it was settled, and then a little while Rolf stood in the halls of Albany and grasped the hand of the ancient millman as a colleague, filling an honored place in the councils of the state. Each change brought him new activities. Each year he was more of a public man, and his life grew larger. From Albany he went to New York in the world of business and men's affairs, and at last in Washington his tall, manly figure was well known, and his good common sense and clean business ways were respected. Yet each year during hunting time he managed to spend a few weeks with Quanab in the woods, tramping on their ancient trapping grounds, living over the days of their early hunts. And double zest was added when Rolf II joined them and lived and loved it all. But this was no longer Kittering's life, rather the rare precarious interval. And more old Quanab realized that they were meeting only in the past. When the big house went up on the river bank, he indeed had felt that they were at the parting of the ways. His respect for Nibawaka had grown to be almost a worship, and yet he knew that their trails had yearly less in common. Rolf had outgrown him. He was alone again, as on the day of their meeting. His years had brought a certain insight, and this he grasped, that the times were changed, and his was the way of a bygone day. "Mine is the wisdom of the woods," he said. "But the woods are going fast. In a few years there will be no more trees, and my wisdom will be foolishness. There is in this land now a big, strong thing called trade that will eat up all things and the people themselves. You are wise enough, Nibawaka, to paddle with the stream. You have turned so the big giant is on your side, and his power is making you great. But this is not for me, so only I have enough to eat and comfort to sleep. I am content to watch for the light." Across the valley from the big store he dwelt in a lodge from which he could easily see the sunrise. 25 years added to the 50 he spent in the land of Mayan Mayano had dimmed his eye, had robbed his foot of its spring, and sprinkled his brow with the winter rime. But they had not changed his spirit, nor taught him less to love the pine woods and the sunrise. Yes, even more than in former days did he take his song drum to the rock of worship, to his Idaho as the Western red man would have called it. And there, because it was high and the wind blew cold, he made a little eastward-facing lodge. He was old and hunting was too hard for him, but there was a strong arm about him now. He dimly thought of it at times, the arm of the 15-year-old boy that one time he had shielded. There was no lack of food or blankets in the wigwam, or of freedom in the woods under the sun up rock. But there was a hunger that not far-seeing Nibawaka could appease, not even talk about. And Quanab built another medicine lodge to watch the sun go down over the hill. Sitting by a little fire to tune his song drum, he often crooned to the blazing skies. "I am of the sunset now. I and my people, he sang. The night is closing. Over us. One day a stranger came to the hills. His clothes were those of a white man, but his head, his feet, and his eyes, his blood, his walk, and his soul were those of a red Indian of the West. He came from the unknown with a message to those who knew him not. The Messiah was coming, the deliverer that Hiawatha bade them look for. He was coming in power to deliver the red race, and his people must sing the song of the ghost dance till the spirit came, and in a vision taught them wisdom and his will. Not to the white man, but to the lonely Indian in the hill cleft. He came, and the song that he brought and taught him was of a sorrowing people seeking their Father. Father, have pity on us. Our souls are hungry for thee. There is nothing here to satisfy us. Father, we bow to thy will. By the fire that night they sang and prayed as the Indian prays, Father, have pity and guide us. So Quonup sang the new song and knew its message was for him. The stranger went on, for he was a messenger, but Quonup sang again, and then the vision came, as it must, and the knowledge that he sought. None saw him go, but 10 miles southward on the river he met a hunter and said, Tell the wise one that I have heard the new song. Tell him I have seen the vision. We are of the sunset, but the new day comes. I must see the land of Mayano, the dawn land, where the sun rises out of the sea. They saw no more of him, but a day later Rolf heard of it, and set out in haste next morning for Alderney. Skookum IV leaped into the canoe as he pushed off. Rolf was minded to send him back, but the dog begged hard with his eyes and tail. It seemed he ought to go, when it was the old man they sought. Et. Albany. They got news. Yes, the Indian went on the steamboat a few days ago. At New York, Rolf made no attempt to track his friend, but took the Stamford boat and hurried to the old familiar woods where he had lived and suffered and wakened as a boy. There was a house now near the rock that is yet called Quanap's. From the tenants he learned that in the stillest hours of the night before they had heard the beating of an Indian drum and the cadence of a chat that came not from throat of white man's blood. In the morning when it was light, Rolf hastened to the place, expecting to find at least an Indian camp where once had stood the lodge. There was no camp, and as he climbed for a higher view, the Skookum of today gave bristling proof of fear at some strange object there, a man that moved not. His long straight hair was nearly white, and by his side, forever still, lay the song drum of his people. And those who heard the mournful strains the night before knew now from Rolf that it was Owonup come back to his rest, and the song that he sang was the song of the ghost dance. Pity me, Wakanda. My soul is ever hungry. There is nothing here to satisfy me. I walk in darkness. Pity me, Wakanda. The end. Thank you for listening to this story. I hope you enjoyed the journey, the characters, and the world they carried with them. If you enjoyed this audiobook, please subscribe to the channel and leave a comment below. Your support helps keep these stories alive and allows more timeless books to be shared with listeners around the world. Until next time, thank you for listening.